So one of the ways I like to start procrastinating is by looking at what I did yesterday, you know? Because it's like, oh wow, look, I did this yesterday. It's like new and fresh. You know, once I've done a drawing and I've seen it a few times, I'm like, whatever, that's stupid drawing. But now I'm like, oh yeah, this drawing is done. Oh my God. So here we start with Flatland. People who are here today, I won't explain the whole reasoning behind Flatland, but it's a 2D world, it's flat. So there's no depth. Nothing can cross over anything else. Nothing can overlap. Then we had scientists, 2D scientists, explaining the concept of a 3D sphere universe that really blew people away, right? It blew the other Flatlandiers away. Then later in the day, because these took fucking forever, the first thing especially. Then we went and did this thing. So this is paradigm shifts and how it's someone living in one paradigm has a really hard time predicting the future past a second paradigm shift. Like someone in 1750 might be able to predict something in maybe, if they're really good, something after the Industrial Revolution, but they're not going to predict a light bulb, let alone an iPhone. Someone living here in 1850, they've got trains. You know, Abe Lincoln, you know, they had trains and stuff. They had steam engines, but no electricity. Abe Lincoln never turned on the light, you know? So again, someone who's really on the cusp of things might actually be able to predict this. Maybe, you know, like it might be able to see up here, but they're not predicting computers. That's just like, it's too many steps ahead. And certainly someone who can't even has never seen electricity, something like AI doesn't even make sense. They could come up with 100 sci-fi ideas and none of them would be computer intelligence, because it's just too, it doesn't exist in their mind as a category. And of course, that's a way of explaining that we are here, or maybe we're a little past 2020 now. Maybe we're actually in the middle of this AI revolution, and it's very hard to see what's up here, but really hard and impossible basically to see whatever comes next, whatever this next paradigm that AI helps create. No idea. So anyway, that's that. Then we finished with one of these guys here. Get to the beginning of the Today chapter, which is in between the past and the future in the book. And we start by being like, hey, look, we don't actually live in these two giant oceans, these overwhelming giantness of the past and the future. We live here. Hi. So we did that at the end of the day. This is about all I could fathom when I was tired late, is a drawing like this. So today we're going to do something hard. But I'm not going to do that yet because I want to procrastinate a little more. So let's just go here. Okay. Oh, we also had a weird moment yesterday when I tried to play Wordle and I went to Worldle.com. It just happened again. If you go to Wordle.com, it takes you to hoax.com, which is a crazy place. And I clicked on some of these articles and they're awful. Like they're just not, wow, I can't believe this just happened again. Wait, what did I just go to? Worldle? Oh, I did Worldle, okay. Wordle, the famous game, not Worldle, the unfamous game. Wordle is on the New York Times website. There's no such thing as Wordle.com, but people definitely go there trying to play Wordle all the time, and it gets redirects to hoax.com, which is a crazy site. So we ended up there and going on a rabbit hole. This is where I meant to go just now, is play today's puzzle. Okay. Well, duh. It's Turkey. Oh, this is what, oh my God. This is when they're so annoying. Turkey. How do you spell turkey? What is going on? Turkey. Okay. There was a site we were on yesterday that was making me spell it with an IYE with some umlauts or something. Okay. Maybe this is a different site. I'm very confused because I think I'm on the wrong. Okay. Because now the first day I went to Worldle is not the right site. Okay, this is so okay. When you go to worldle.com, you go to a game that's not actually the game I was trying to play, which is why the first day I was so confused. And it was why yesterday it worked out great. And then today it was bad again. It's because I was going to worldle.com instead of searching for the Googling Worldle. Okay, let's do this. This to me looks a lot like Finland, but could it be Sweden? I don't think so, right? No, Sweden is not that shape. That's got to be Finland, right? Finland. All right, sick. Next round. So these three neighbors, well, this is easy. That's Sweden, Norway, Russia. These are usually harder, but this is a very, very easy one. Capital city, Helsinki. Never been to Finland, but I'd like to go. Also, fun fact, most coffee drunk per capita is in Finland. Flag. Feels like it would be this one. No. So what flag is that? Huh? Oh no. Is it not a cross? I feel like they're all crosses up in Scandinavia. Damn, this is bad. This seems too bare, or is it? Oh, thank God. Okay, it was a cross. Man. Oh, Sweden and Norway. Okay, well, at least I recognize that those were Scandinavian flags. Yeah, okay. This is one of those things where if you're from one of these countries, it's like you can't believe I would ever think that those are the Finnish flag, but if you're not from there, you know. And then we've got Estonia. Very simple in Estonia. I guess there's probably white down there. You can't see. Belarus is like a full like Persian carpet on the left there. What the hell is Åland? What the hell is Åland? Is it situated in an archipelago called the Åland Islands? The entrance to the... Is it its own country? No. Oh, come on. I mean, that is not a country. Yeah. It's an autonomous and demilitarized region of Finland. Okay. So basically Finland's like, yeah, sure, Åland. Yeah, you're your own country. Yeah. No, of course. Yeah, you're totally your own country. And Åland's like, yeah. And they're like, yeah. Well, let's go to Åland quickly. Okay, never go to Worldle.com because it's a much worse game. And definitely don't go to Wordle.com because it's hoax.com. Okay. I guess that's here. Åland. Well, let's go visit. Let's take a look at it for real. I mean, this is... Okay, here we are in Åland. Åland? I don't know how to pronounce it. Okay. Looks rural. Let's go somewhere else in the Åland before we fully give up on it as a place. What's going on here? It seems like it's going to be pretty. Yeah. Okay. Oh man, that water must be cold. Oh God. Oh. I just picture stepping in that with my bare foot and being like, nope. And then some asshole I'm with, some extremely annoying person I'm with being like, no, come on. Like, you got to jump in. And then I end up having to like run and jump in, and then it's awful, and then of course I'm thrilled that I did it. This is, I know exactly how this scene would go. It's always the same. Look at this, this person. They're in their sneakers, so they weren't going in like a psycho. Should we do one more place in Holland? Or are we bored of Holland? I might be bored of Holland. Well, let's just see if there's like any actual like populace somewhere we can look at. Maybe in Godby. Oh, here. This is where it's all happening, down here in Margeham. Okay, these people are in Holland. These people are currently in Holland. If I'm pronouncing that wrong, it's someone who knows how it's pronounced is definitely wincing every time I say Holland. Okay. So I'm not, a lot of times I go places on Google Maps and I'm like, oh man, I want to be there. I'm not sure I want to be in Holland. I mean, I'm sure it's like fine, right? Like I could find I'm sure I could find like a brunch spot here. And like, but then what? What are we gonna do after lunch? Like, where are we going in Holland? I'm not sure we're going anywhere. I'm not sure if people here know where they're supposed to go today. But they're in an autonomous region. Why does this need to be autonomous? Like, what's this kind of, what's like you need to do that the Finnish government won't let you do here in Holland? I don't know. But I think it's adorable. They have their own flag. They're really, really pretending they're a country. So this kid's having a ball. What the hell is this kid doing? Oh, I see. This kid just did a wheelie. And this kid did one, and then like it went back too far and he kind of jumped off, right? Wow. These Hollandic kids are enjoying their day. All right. You say we can like go to Maria, like I'd like walk in here and be like, what's going on here? And they'd be like, no, it's like a dark bar. And I would just be like, hey, hi, do you know anywhere that's good for brunch? And they would be like, yes. And they'd like direct me down to this other place. So that's that. Alan caught a real stray today. Not expecting to be slandered in my stream, but okay. In Holland is pronounced as aw and ot. Well, in the US, I feel like a lot of people just say and ot. They don't say ot, like in England. So I would just say Holland, but it's probably like Holland. All right. Well, there we go. There we go. Are we doing this now? I thought we were doing this. But there's usually, as you go on, this gets more and more inane. Okay, which of these facts is true about Finland? Top 20 in rail transport network size. I get to some of these and I'm like, who cares, you know? Observes daylight saving times, who cares? Was part of the USSR? Was it? Obviously not top 20 in population density. Rail transport, okay, this is embarrassing if this is wrong. Oh, God. So I didn't think it was part of the USSR, but like sometimes Finland is not doing what the rest of Europe is doing. Like they don't speak an Indo-European language, which is insane behavior. Everyone speaks an Indo-European language in Europe and in India and in Iran and in the US and in Turkey and in like so many other places. And Finland and Estonia and Hungary are like, no, we speak a Uralic language, and it's just insane behavior. And I'm always blown away by this. And so I thought maybe it was part of the USSR, and I didn't realize, but now I'm realizing like Finland wasn't like Russian, right? But like it could have been, I don't know, whatever. Finland regularly ranks, by the way, Finland's also not part of Scandinavia, officially. It's Sweden, Norway, Denmark is Scandinavia, right? They're just doing their own thing, Finland. Like, yeah, Norway, Sweden, Denmark. So people think like, oh, those three countries, Norway, Sweden, Finland. And it's like, no. There's Norway and Sweden being normal with Denmark, they're being Scandinavia. They're speaking an Indo-European language. And then Finland is just being rogue over there, doing its own thing with Estonia. And Estonia was part of the USSR? Yeah. So, you know, it wasn't the craziest thing to think maybe Finland was. Anyway. Frequently ranks the top countries per capita in coffee. I just said this. Coffee. Yeah, I knew that fact. The 1939 in which Finland resisted a Soviet invasion. Okay, so they tried the Soviet Union, but good for Finland. Is commonly known as the... Oh, I have no idea. It's not the Cold War. I have no idea. The Northern War? No, Winter War, okay. Which landmark is in Finland? Well, it's sure as hell not this. But now it could definitely be any of... I mean, that's just a waterfall. That's just like a rapids. That's just some mountains. So I'm going to guess it's the top one because the other ones really aren't landmarks. Yeah, those are dumb. Okay, next round. Can you guess the national emblem? Okay, here's where we get into stupid land. This gets really dumb. This game, once you get too far into it. Well, it's not this one with a different country on it. It's not Russian language. Unity and freedom, I don't see why they would have English as their thing. So I'm going to guess it's one of these five. You know, your guess is as good as mine. Un people, un but, un une foi. Let's just do that one. No. Probably not. Okay. Well, so this guy comes up twice. And this guy comes up twice. So it's like, I don't see why they'd repeat. This is the same exact guy on the top and bottom. So it's got to be one of these two, right? Let's try this one. Let's try this one. Okay. Wow. Czechia just copied. First of all, they copied Finland's thing, unless Finland copied Czechia's thing. And so Germany, okay, Germany has this black guy with a tongue out. Finland has this line with this insane tongue out. Czechia steals Germany's and Germany's twice and changes the color on one, and then Finland's and puts it up there twice and takes out the crown. So I don't understand what's going on here. And why do they all have tongues out? Why are they all so similar? Finland and Germany are pretty like different places. Why do they have such similar emblems? Does this one also have a tongue out in Serbia? What's going on with these? Serbia's in a totally different place. Senegal. Also, I'm actually really thoroughly confused why all these countries that have nothing to do with each other, Senegal and Finland, all are using the same like lion with a tongue out and these claws, or a bird with a tongue out. This is the most confused I've been all week, this particular thing. What are the two most spoken languages? Well, Finnish. And must be Swedish. Yeah. How do you say my name is? No, we're not going. I don't like when they go to this level. Well, I'm pretty sure they don't use the Russian alphabet, right? I mean, Uralic, I have no idea. See, if this were an Indo-European language, it's going to be some totally different thing. Jagheder. Huh? I don't know what's going on. They're not even letting me click. Okay, whatever. What's the per capita GDP? It's a pretty rich country. But over 40 for a whole country would be a really, really high, right? I mean, South Korea's GDP is about average 40. So I'm going to actually say 40 to 60. Hey, that was good. Among Finland and its neighbors, which has the highest per capita? Well, certainly not Russia. Finland, Norway, Sweden. I would say Norway. Yes. Yeah, Norway crushes them. Norway is so rich. I mean, being small is easier to have everyone be rich, but man, Russia, yeah. What's the estimated population of Finland? I'm gonna go ahead and say 5 to 8 is like Norway, really small. Is it that small? Or is it 8 plus? It's one of these two. 8 plus. Currency used. Krona? No, euro. Okay, I don't know. All right. See, this just goes on forever. This is my problem with this. So you can't keep clicking because they get boring, but also and then I want to answer each one. No, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Obviously, Helsinki is top one. And then I have Espoo. No. Espoo is a stupid name for a... I'm not putting Espoo at the top. Espoo is going at the bottom. Putting Van Tampere sounds more legit than on top. Okay, I got everything wrong. Espoo is at the top, of course. Service area. Duh. What? How is that possible? Oh, surface area, not coastline. So embarrassing. Obviously, it has a bigger surface area. That was coastline. I wasn't reading. I wasn't looking at it. If it was a 3D object, it would be surface area. Okay, that was bad. I will say, if you include like, no. All right. Few game summary. We did okay. I was proud of my per capita income answer. So there you go. We've done some procrastination. Should we start on this big hard thing I have to do? All right. Oh, Mountains of Scandera is why it's called Scandinavia? Scanderna? Who knew? People think Iceland is part of Scandinavia, and it's also not. But like, it might as well be, you know? It's the same vibe. Okay. Really don't want to start. Because it's hard. We're doing the hardest one today of the week. Let's start off. Should we start? Okay, last thing, we're gonna do Wordle. If you haven't done Wordle yet today, and you want to do it, you know, mute me or just something. What is this? 75% off. Okay, I already have an account, but I'm doing it here. Always go to if this is, you know. Okay, so we only have a T. We need to test the O and the I, as far as I'm concerned now, because we have no vowels yet, and I want to know if it's an O or an I. Or if it's neither, it's probably a U. And then, because there's a T, I want to test an H, right? So how do I test an H, an O, and an I? But also with two other common letters. And the answer is, I'm going to test Chino. You see? Because I'm testing the H, plus the H is in the right place. I want to see if it is second, because obviously it could be TH, could be very likely. Something ending in CT is common, so that's a good one for here. NT, so these are all good to test with a T, and I'm getting the O and the I in, so I think this is a great second guess. Okay, wow, all right. So, you're not gonna have like a consonant cluster here like CL, because then you would need to put the I there, right? So I'm assuming the I is gonna be here, or there's like a U. Oh, qubit. It could be qubit. Okay, so we'll put qubit aside for now, but it could be qubit. Now, what if the I is second? CI. I'm gonna try Cupid. I don't really can't think of another. Sick. I got 3 threes this week on the 3 live stream days. As I said yesterday, 3 is a win. You won Wordle. 2 is luck. You have to get lucky to get 2. I don't think that's much skill. It's luck. Obviously, it's fun to get a 2, but it's like it doesn't mean you did well. Getting a lot of 3s is when you're good at Wordle. A 4 is like, it's fine. Nothing to write home about. Don't show anyone. No one cares. But like, you didn't do badly. You did okay. And then a 5 is like, you did badly. What happened today? And then like a 6 is obviously, that should be like a twice a year thing. Like, oh my God, you're not going to believe what happened today at Worldle. Like, holy shit, right? And then not getting a 7 is like getting a, not the 6 is like, you just kill yourself. So, to me, it's like the 3 is the goal. You cannot, it doesn't matter. The best bot in the world averages like, I think like a 3.5. So, which means that like, you really can't guarantee yourself a 3, no matter how perfect you're playing. You need some luck. But my goal is to have about equal 3s and 4s, about the same number of 3s and 4s, with very few 5s. That's my goal. I'm talking very seriously about Wordle right now, which is a very inane part of my day every day. But connections we'll do later. Okay, I'm gonna stop now because we could just, it's 10:36. I could just do this till 11, 12. Like we could just keep going, right? I mean, this is just scratching the surface of what we could be doing right now. So we'll come back. We're gonna move on. Oh, civic. No, you couldn't do civic because there's a T. We knew there was a T in the word. Okay, here we are. Okay, let's do it. Now, here's why this is hard, what we're about to do. Let's close some of these docs. What the hell is this doc? Oh. I don't like when it asks me to save when I didn't change anything, because it makes me scared about what's happening. Okay. There's something that is bothering me here, and there could be one more way to not start the hard thing yet, which is now that these are wide, and I might stick with the wide, still undecided, but look, you see the colors are all messed up now. So this is, see, we have just my instant gratification monkey just realized that like I had nothing. He had no escape, and he was about to have to start doing something hard, and then he was like, wait. Okay, like I'll make a deal. No more, games, but how about we fix this thing? And then I'm like, that thing needs to be fixed. He's like, yeah, it needs to be fixed. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, yeah, okay, let's fix that. I'm like, okay. And he's like, yes. And he avoids doing the hard thing. So, let's see if we just quickly, let's just see if it's quick, okay? By the way, look at that locomotive. Now, granted, this is heavily influenced by images that I was kind of copying, but I'm still pleased with how it came out, given that I didn't draw anything. It's all shapes. It's all rectangles. This is how like people in Illustrator, if you look up Illustrator tutorials, they're always doing shit like this, which is they're doing something with just shapes. They're not actually drawing anything. And it ends up, if you do enough shapes and you get them all in the right place and you make them all different colors, like it looks like a thing. Well, like they're not doing stuff like this, which was me actually drawing, fully tracing a real horse. Something looks off about that horse, but this also, the only thing I drew was these squiggles. Everything else was just shapes. I guess I drew this curve here. See our iPhone? No drawing it was involved. This looks, you know, clearly like it wasn't. And then, yeah, I drew the people, but this was easy for that reason. Okay, so if I wanted to do this, I would go like this. Let's just see if this can be kind of quick. So tab, and I'd go to the gradient. Why is that the wrong color? Oh, okay. So now I think what I want to do is bring this down here. Yeah, that's gonna fix it. And then bring this up a little bit. And then bring this up, or not that, this up. This can go back down to 50. And I just have to bring this up to 20. So what if this is at 20? Yeah, 20, 75, 25, 75. Okay, I think I figured out how to do it. So I'm just gonna take that thing and put it at 25. This thing, I'm gonna put it at 75. And then this thing should be at 50. And then this should be above this thing. Oh, and then this thing should be above this thing. Is that right? It's just different colors. This is just the wrong color. So what color is this here? This is, oh, I think this is this color. I can copy the exact color by going down there. Then you can go over here and see what color this is. But now which color do I like more? Do I want dark blue or do I want that like even purpler? I think it's good for the contrast to be like really almost a different color. So I think I'm gonna change it. I want to highlight this thing. It's so annoying, Illustrator. Okay, now, right, it's not a gradient, right? It's not a gradient, it's over here. It's this, so now we can make this color. And there we go. Okay, you see? I love it. Okay, now I just have to do that for all these. That'll just take a second. So now we go here, and what do we say? This is at 25. This is at 75. And hopefully this is just automatically at 50 now. Yeah. And now we put this in front. Nice. All right. So 25, 75, and this in front. Okay, one more. All right. All right, there we go. So now it's looking good. I started almost as like just a joke, being like, what if I made it super thick? Because remember, it started like this. And then we were like, how about if it's thicker? And then it was like, what if it's so thick that the years can go inside? But now I kind of came around on it. And the thinking, by the way, with this kind of thing is, you don't want to do something like this. The staircase takes all the, you turn the thing and it's like the staircase is taking most of the attention. It's overshadowing the objects on top of it because it's so bright and big and bold, right? And it's going to just jump off the page. It's like, what is that rainbow staircase? That's not good if the point is the objects on the top and like the staircase is just where they're sitting and you're adding color to, then it's like the staircase should not be overshadowing things. But in this case, the point is actually the staircase. The objects is just kind of like a little icon to show like the kind of thing that would be on that step. You could take the objects off and it would still kind of work. I mean, it wouldn't be as descriptive, but it could still kind of work because the objects is not what matters. What matters is showing that people in 1750 were living in like blue land, dark blue land. And then the Industrial Revolution, the vertical step was a complete phase change, a total paradigm shift, to the point where they came out and everything was differently and everything was done differently. And there was just an entire new world of everything. And so now we're onto a new step. That's what brings us to a new step. You can have technology, you can have new inventions, you can have whatever, but what brings you to a new step is like a full level up of our entire paradigm. And that's what happened there. So now you've got the blue revolution happens. Now the light blue revolution happens. Now you have the guy, 1850 guy living in light blue land with his locomotive and everything else. Then comes, and he can't even picture really electricity. Then comes the electric revolution. Electrical revolution? Electric revolution? I think it's electrical revolution, right? Or is that... industrial, electrical, digital. I like that, satisfying. And so now that brings us to the Greenland, you see? So the point is that the upward stair is the whole point of the thing, to show that then it brings you to a new thing. So anyway, that's why I think big stair works here, when normally you wouldn't just have this giant zany rainbow staircase for no reason. It's distracting, and it's like, it also just, you end up oversaturating the reader, where they're just seeing so much bold stuff that they just turn the page, and of course it's another super colorful drawing, and you kind of glaze over. Where instead I want it to be like, whoa, when I'm doing it, I want it to be like something that stands out as like, what's going on here, and then there's a reason I want you to be noticing that. So that's the deal. Okay, I think the monkey is out of ideas. I think we have to start working. Okay, let's do it. So, what are we calling this? Is this just AI for now? Let's just call it AI for now. AI 1 of many. There will be AI 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe? All right, so here's what we're doing. We have to storyboard this a little bit. Yeah, I know. The text might help. Sometimes the text helps with these things. You could put the start date and end date, but I'm not trying to actually show... Yes, you could put the start date and end date here and here. But I'm trying to show specifically, like... Anyway, we can't do this now. I'm supposed to be working. But I will consider your comment. Okay. All right. So here's what we're doing here. The reason this one's hard, first of all, it's just a comic. It has a lot of drawing. It's one of the last big comics I've got left to do in the book. No problem, Kevin. It's not your fault. I'm the problem. I'm the problem. Okay. So it's a comic. Comics are just kind of hard, but that's not what makes this hard. What makes it hard is that I'm creating a character today. And that's always a big decision, because you end up stuck. I mean, look, I literally, at some point I sat there in November of 2013, and I was sitting, I remember exactly where I was sitting, and I invented these guys. This could have been what? This could have been a little child in my head. This could have been a and it could have been any animal, right? This monster, like this could have been, I don't know, like a ghost. The point is, I had to think about these. And I came up with these guys, and now I'm stuck with them, right? They become part of the post. They become part of my TED Talk. They become plushies. I reference them a million times. If I don't like it, if I'm like, I don't like what I did there, it's the wrong thing, it would bother me forever, right? So I don't know if this will be, I'm not going to maybe necessarily have this character to the extent that I make these characters a part of Wait But Why, but you never know. This might be just for this book, but even if it's just for the book, it's a big deal. But it might be how I depict artificial intelligence. It might be how I depict AI, like as a character on Wait But Why, the blog. After it might become a long-term thing or not. But even if it's just for the book, it's a pretty big thing to be depicting. Is this major thing I'm talking about towards the end? So now we're in chapter 9, 8 and 9. 8 and 9 are the big two chapters about the more near-term future before we head off to the far, far future. And so at first I explain kind of, I have AI in both chapters, but in the first chapter it's mostly explaining like the history of how we got here with AI and then what's been happening in the last few years and like what it's doing for us right now. And then chapter 9, we go from here to where could we be going? Where is this crazy thing going? This AI revolution that is currently upon us. Like, what's happening? What's the range of expert opinion on what's happening? To the extent that there can even be experts about a topic that is completely unprecedented and no one knows what's going to happen. So I don't present a prediction myself. I say here's the range of here's the camps, the range of opinion out there. Anyway, it's kind of the big, people ask for an update on my 2015 AI post. This is it. This chapter 9 is the big update on my, if there were not a book, it would be a giant new AI post. And instead it's chapter 9 of this book. So, I'm depicting, so I think we should get a doc here. Okay, it's a little small. All right, so here's what's has to happen. And so we're gonna actually draw ASI, like an ASI monster, an AI, like a deep learning network brain monster thing. And we're gonna draw the setting that it emerges from. But then this monster we're going to have as a character in future comics in this book. So we have to look at the whole comic series and what's happening, and then we can decide what makes sense for this thing to be. Okay, so I'm going to open my docs here. All right. Okay, so here's what's going on. So first I'm explaining that, what's an artificial neural network, right? And we talk about that. And I'm saying it's fundamentally different from other kinds of software, including other kinds of previous AI. So normal software, including logic-based AI, which is like expert systems and AI that basically we were using till 2015, really most of us were using till 2020, is programmed by humans. So like engineers tinker and test until the software is doing what it's supposed to do. Then we have a drawing. So the first thing we're doing is one, logic-based AI. So it's going to be, let's make this wide. It's going to be like human. My idea here is like humans or human tinkering with robot. is kind of, I'm going to depict normal like software. Logic-based AI is just like kind of like a robot, and it's just going to be humans with like screwdrivers tinkering, and that's how they build it. They build it like we normally would build a car, like we build a computer, like we build anything. So now I explain how weird artificial neural networks are, because they're not like that. With the logic-based AI, the people who build it can tell you why it's doing what it's doing, the software and how it works, and because they built it step by step. But artificial neural networks are not programmed by humans. They design the network architecture, and they facilitate the process that trains it. But when the trained model starts doing what it's supposed to, the developers haven't the slightest idea how or why it works, what's actually going on inside there. And it's a little like our brain, by the way. If you think about, like, picture your mom right now. Where is that? What happened in your brain? Where does that memory of your mom live? Right? Like, imagine, picture yourself eating an apple. Where does that live in your brain? What neurons just fired? Which neurons fired? How many of them fired? In what order? Was it a chain? Was it a network? You have no idea. And it's really not that different. I don't think the humans who design LLMs, including the LLM itself, they don't know how the brain works. They can tell you what, just like we know it's made of neurons and how neurons fire, they can tell you it's made of artificial neurons and that they're connected via this kind of connection, and that this is the concept. But when the AI produces an answer, what happened in there to get that answer? No one knows. Which is amazing and super cool and scary, right? So we don't know how it works, we just know that it works. And so people, like, I quote Chris Olah, who's the co-founder of Anthropic, saying, we don't program, LLMs. We don't make them, we grow them. And what they do make, the architecture is kind of like, is often compared to an AI nursery. Engineers tend to the nursery, providing it with energy, which is processing power, sustenance, which is data, and slowly but surely the AI emerges like an alien creature rising from a bubbling cauldron. So what I decided is, I was like, should I depict this as a nursery? Because it's already done. Sometimes if there's a metaphor, don't need to improve on it. Draw a nursery. But then I'm like, that's not, it doesn't grow out of, like, what does it grow out of the floor in the nursery? Like, right, it has to be. So then I thought, let's come up with something that is really descriptive of how I view it. So decided it's going to be an alien creature rising from a cauldron. And the cauldron, so let's just go in here and explain that. So the cauldron, which we need to draw, never drawn a cauldron before, equals compute, right? Like the actual, data center, or like it's basically made of compute, chips, hardware, whatever. Processing power, raw processing power. The fire under the cauldron is energy, right? It's what powers the data center. And the stew inside cauldron is data, a tremendous amount of data. And the scientists put all this together, give it a little stir, sit back, instead of tinkering with the robot like in part 1 here, they sit back and watch as something rises from it. Now, there's a very famous meme that's been used for this, right? It's a Shoggoth monster with all the tentacles and eyes, right? And it goes through reinforcement learning, and the smiley face is passed around. So we have to make a decision. I could just do my own version of that, do a wait but why Shoggoth. I obviously would reference that I didn't invent this. I would say this is my version of a popular thing. Or do something totally different. you know, think from first principles. What should an AI WAPOY character representing an AI mind look like? And we have to think about what's going to happen. It's not just going to be this one thing coming out. It's going to start doing stuff. So we have to think about all the different settings it's going to be in before we invent it. So let's just keep going here. So, and then, you know, LLM equals being, we'll call it, because it could be a monster, but I don't want to back us into a corner that we have to do monster. Being that emerges from cauldron. Okay. So, 2. We've got is alien so let's just say being. Again, we don't want to say it has to be an alien. Being rises from cauldron. With scientists sitting and watching, which is very different. Which is very different than the contrast here. The humans are tinkering with the robot with their things. Here they're watching as this thing rises. Now that might be 2 panes. They're watching and then it merges. I think probably you want it to be 2 panes. So 2 is, 2 is, let's say, 2 is like A. Yeah. Okay. So 2 panes, I think. Because I don't want the first thing you see. You don't want to just like see and you're going to look at the thing. The being is going to be the thing that takes your attention, and it's like, I want to first just to look and, okay, there's a cauldron, there's aliens, there's a scientist sitting around, and now, boom, this thing emerges. And the expressions on the scientist's face can change depending on how we design this thing. So now I say, only once the creature has come into being do the researchers and engineers learn who it is and what it can do. You know, how smart is it? How flexible is it? Is it conscious? Is it controllable? What are its skills? Can it do this? Can it play this game? Can it, you know? Once the alien creature has been summoned, now we get to the humans' work to tame it and align its behavior with human goals. Because it's like, so it's like, it's not, basically you're gonna see this thing and it's gonna be, I'm gonna make the joke that this is clearly not ready for a public facing role at this moment. So now we're gonna depict reinforcement learning, you know, fine tuning and reinforcement learning with human feedback. So like refining. So it's like first creature. So let's say A, scientists. Let's put these on. Scientists asking, what's your deal? Something like that. Then creature being refined. So like maybe it's getting its makeup put on, maybe it's getting, I don't know. And now C is like finished creature, like train creature. So this is the equivalent of the Shagat with the smiley face on, like ready for, you know. But I don't know if we're gonna do that yet or not. We might do our own thing and not. I mean, it's decide, you know. I don't like to reinvent the wheel just for the sake of doing it. It's only if we think I can do like something that is more weight but YE or better, or both, or more specifically fits the thing I'm doing than the meme. But if it's like the meme is better or just as good, like just use the thing, do my version of it. Okay, so now they release it into the world where the users continue to use it. Meanwhile, the people at the AI lab are working on summoning a smarter, more capable creature. They build an even bigger, fancier cauldron, fill it with even more data, heat it up with even more energy, and sit back to see what it can do. So to see what comes out, right? So now it's, I would say here we're just going to do something simple, which is scientists, like an ominous, like sitting around an ominous looking bigger bubbling cauldron, right? So we don't have to depict the whole thing again. It can just be this one thing. Okay. So now, I'm talking about scaling and how is this going to, we now know we have these LLMs today and they're going to scale. Well, it could happen across, it could happen, so improvement can happen via algorithmic innovations, which has been very, very fruitful. So that doesn't require any scaling. The same exact amount of compute energy and data can produce a better AI if you build better architecture and better algorithms. But then there's also brute force scaling, and the scaling happens across 3 fronts. Compute, you know, just throw bigger data centers with more chips. Energy, right? Like you know, you need to scale energy for that to work. And then if you have all the compute, you know, you want more data. So whether it's real data or synthetic data, you need bigger training runs, right? So that's part of why I did this cauldron, because now we can get that in people's heads, and rather than just say those 3 things I just said, to actually show it with, so like diagram of bubbling cauldron, with the cauldrons labeled like neural network, and the bubbling part is labeled data, and the fire below is labeled energy. Yeah. Okay. So then some other stuff happens. I get into it. We leave the comic for now. This is the extent of the comic in this chapter, because now we talk about it more, but then we move on to all these other technologies. There's like 40 technologies I talk about in this chapter. AI is just one of them. But then AI is such a big deal in the future of AI that then we need to do a whole chapter that focuses on the future of AI. So I think that's it for that chapter. Now, oops. Okay, so now we come back in the AI, the next chapter, and we have a lot more to do here. So Okay. Let's see something. So now we're going to depict a fast takeoff using our comic, using our whole system here. I'm just making sure that's the only place, right? Okay, so there's one comic, but it's a big one. Just getting my notes out of here. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're showing some previous years, 2019, 2020, 23, 2023, 2025 in like one row. Okay. So first we're gonna, we actually didn't do much actual history here. We just explained the concept. This is just the concept, right? We're not actually talking about like what happened with these. When did the first one come out? When did it reach this level? So now we're getting more into the details. So 6 is going to be like history, progression from equivalent of GPT-2 to GPT-5. I'm not sure. Well, actually, like that 2. I don't know whether we'll be using GPT in particular or just 2019. And it's like we can say it's from intelligence of like a 2019. The thing that came out was about as smart as a preschooler. Then maybe elementary schooler, and then we get to like high schooler, and then PhD or whatever, something like that. The details, whether that label is exactly correct or the year, that's the kind of thing I'll work out with the fact checkers later to make sure we're completely accurate. Right now, I'm doing the illustrations is the important thing, not the exact details. And then like a you are here thing. Now, of course, this is going to be something I have to, at the very last second, in late 2026, when I can revise this book for the last time, I will try to update this to be completely accurate to then, and then accept that it's going to be 9 more months before the book comes out, and some stuff's going to change, and that's okay. That's just any book about the future is going to have that problem, and especially right now, it's just inevitable. So I do start the chapter talking about how predictions are impossible and how this chapter will probably age badly, and just full disclaimer to begin with, so people have their expectations in line if they're reading it later. And okay, so now we've got we move forward from this history. So this is just going to be like bigger, bigger and bigger bigger and bigger, like, creatures, right? And cauldrons. Now we move forward, and it's the last one of these. You know, the last one up here is going to be maybe labeled like an autonomous agent that can also work on long-term projects. While the first three are more like answers questions and performs short tasks. So that's like a label we'll put in. Okay, so that'll be the labels. Now what we have is, then we've got a superhuman coder, which is an AI system. So one of these agents now, right? So now we get to here. It's like superhuman coder. This is, by the way, I reference in the book, and I explain that this is a visual depiction of the paper AI 2027. So it's one of the most intense. I'm intentionally doing one of the most intense fast takeoff, meaning we go from human level to like vast superhuman level really quickly, which is a scary scenario. We probably don't want to happen, but it's depicted really well in this paper, AI 2027. And I think, you know, that paper's already does a great job of explaining it. What I can add is I can add like a good visual representation, shorthand for that, what's going on in that paper, which is what I'm doing here in this book. So I explain that paper presents one view. I'm not saying this is the correct thing that's going to happen. I'm saying this is one very intense view. Let's look at how it would look using our cauldron comic. And then again, I present lots of other views as well. But this is the purpose here, is to show what they mean when people think like this could be a very fast takeoff and lead to like crazy things really soon. So superhuman coder is going to be an AI system that can do the job of the best human coder on tasks involved in AI research, but faster and cheaply enough to run copies. So I think that's kind of almost part of this progression. It's just like, but it's now maybe even it might even just be a small 5-part thing, which is just showing it getting bigger and bigger until we get to like autonomous agent and then superhuman coder. But either way, it might be its own thing. But the key is this is a superhuman coder, so it's like basically that it's just another one of these same beings we're doing, but it's like getting bigger, and we have to decide, is it just getting bigger, or is it going to look different, or is it going to fundamentally change when we get to different tiers? So superhuman coder, let's put that there for now. Now, here's the key, is that the next cauldron is now stirred and observed not by scientists, but by the superhuman coder. So now is superhuman coder in place of scientists. Which is the creature. So now it's sitting in the chairs that the scientists were sitting in. And what emerges from this, so this is basically the same as 2. This is the same as 2. But it's, instead of this, it's and then it's an even bigger, crazier creature emerging, which we will label superhuman AI researcher. which is the same as a superhuman coder, but it's for all cognitive AI research tasks. The whole stack automated, not just coding. And this speeds up progress by 5x. So that'll just be a no. The next one is now we're going to keep doing this. So now it's superhuman AI researcher in place of superhuman, I'll just say in chairs. I assume it's chairs, we'll see. And what emerges from this is super intelligent AI researcher, which is an AI system that is vastly better than the best humans. That's 25x speed. The best humans researcher at AI research. So it's not just that they can execute all the experiments and stuff, but they actually can come up with novel things. So now finally, again, just copy this. Now now we've got super intelligent AI researcher. I'm just gonna call it, it's so wordy. Well, no, I'm just gonna leave it for clarity because it can get very confusing. So super intelligent AI researcher. In chairs. And what emerges from here is the big kahuna. ASI, artificial superintelligence, which is now it's not just that it does AI research or coding, it's an AI system that's much better than the best human at every cognitive task. And maybe one difference here is also that over here, they're just in place of the scientists, but here they're also tinkering with the cauldron because they're actually researching how to make a better cauldron. And this is not 25x, this is 100 to 1000x the speed. Okay, that's the whole thing. So now we have to decide, are we actually doing all of these? Are we actually doing all of these? Because that's a lot. It'll take up a lot of the book. Okay, so I think the first one is easy. I think we do that one. Right, the first three, it's like, that's just a little pane on the side, number one. Number two is a 2-pane thing going across. Number three is just a 1-row, 3-pane thing. Number four is just an aside, a 1-pane aside. So that's not taking up a crazy amount of space. It's taking up like maybe 3/4 of a page total. And then if you want, and then the diagram of the bubbly cauldron is an aside. So maybe we've added 1 page to the book with 1 through 5, maybe a page and a quarter or something. Nothing crazy. Now this is more concerned about what the next one, because I wish there was one fewer step here. It's just, I want to, these are very smart people who wrote AI 2027, and they did these tiers because they're all different. And I'm sure if I were an AI coder myself, I would appreciate that these are vastly different things. But to me, I start to just kind of think like, we could do the full, you could do justice to the full progression that they outlined, which is superhuman coder is the first kind of, first it's just like an agentic AI, right? That comes in number 6 here. But then it's like superhuman coder is like new thing level 1, which makes new thing level 2, superhuman AI researcher, which makes new thing level 3, which is super intelligent AI researcher, which makes new thing level 4, ASI. See how it's, so we could either do all of that, which is just, each one of these looks like it's probably 2 panes. So it could look like we could probably do 6 and 6. I think we could get 7 into 6. So 6 just shows like smart. It's like preschooler. It's an elementary school. Blah, blah, blah. It's an agentic AI, and then we get the final thing is superhuman coder. Then that's one line, so that's not a problem. But then we would have that thing that is the final one in 6 is now the new scientists creating this bigger thing, and then that bigger thing is in the next row doing the bigger thing, and then the bigger thing is the next row. So here's one way to condense, is I could skip the like they're sitting there tinkering, and it could just be superhuman coder. It could be one line. It could be the superhuman coder AI sitting in the scientist seat, and this new thing emerges, superhuman AI researcher. That's pane 1. Pane 2 is now that thing is sitting in the scientist seat, and super intelligent AI researcher emerges. And then that thing is sitting in the seat, and ASI emerges. So that would be a way to make 7, 8, 9, 10. So 7 becomes part of 6, and then 8, 9, and 10 is just one row. Because I don't want to do this and they're there, and then they're there, and then they're there. I think it would have to be this very rapid thing. So that could be done. The 6 and 7, it would be, if I'm doing 5 panes, it would just be very small, right? And it would just be like, and maybe you don't even have scientists. You just have like 5 cauldrons, 5 things emerging with label. That's one row. And then you've got 3 panes below of boom, boom, boom. I think that actually works. And then the other thing I was going to say is, I don't have to label them all exactly like this, the way they do. And I could just show this kind of final row on number 6 now is the thing coding this, which is now the thing coding this, which is now the thing coding this, and it just keeps getting better. And it's more the concept of recursive self-improvement is shown, and the final one can still be labeled ASI without having to label superhuman coder, superhuman AI researcher, super intelligent AI researcher, ASI. So I think that can be decided later. I do think that now that I think we just do this is building this, then that is building this, then that is building this. I think we do that either way, and now it's a question of what is it labeled? Okay, so that solved that problem, I think. So now I'm gonna change this too. If I want to make it, I could do this just up to 2025, and then I could do one more row that's like superhuman coder sitting around watching, and then this number 8 emerges, or it's like superhuman coder is what emerges now that's around watching, and then this one emerges. I don't know, we have to figure that out. It's a smaller detail, but basically 8 through 10 I think is now we can just call it 8. So I'll just put this down there for now. I think it's just gonna maybe be well, I don't know if 6 and 7 will be the same yet. 8, which is coder produces superhuman AIR. Produces super intelligent AI researcher. This is stupid, but yeah. And then super intelligent AI researcher produces. These all do have clear definitions, so if it seems like it's crazy. Yeah, superhuman coder is an AI system that can do the job of the best human coder on tasks involved in AI research, but faster and cheaply enough to run lots of copies. So it's nothing groundbreaking. It's just, takes jobs, but progress is faster, but nothing wild. But then that thing, with enough of those running, you can really scale it up, and that thing could now figure out how to create a superhuman AI researcher, which is the same as a superhuman human coder, but for all cognitive AI research tasks. The whole stack is automated, not just coding. So it can really do the whole thing. Now you really don't. There's no human bottlenecks anymore, right? You don't sound like, oh well, the coder's going fast, but we're still waiting for the humans to do this part and this part. Now AI is doing the whole thing. So now progress really speeds up. And before you know it, you have a super intelligent AI researcher, which is the difference is it's an AI system that's vastly better than the best human at AI research. So that isn't that different. It's basically, well, I guess superhuman is one that's, it's as good or better than humans, and it can just work around the clock. And the super intelligent researcher is like, no, it can do stuff we cannot do. It's much smarter than we are, and it does AI research. That's what it's really smart at. And then ASI is now it's smarter than us at everything. It might be too many. Again, these are like the eggheads making their much more rigorous thing. Maybe we don't need all of these. And we could just show, again, without, I think it's still the same comic. It's, AI 2 makes AI 3, AI 3 makes AI 4, AI 4 makes ASI, right? So the questions now, coming back to what we're doing here, why this is hard is we got it. So the cauldron and the fire, I think, is not a big deal to draw. The robot and the tinkering humans, again, I'll take forever because I'm slow, but I can picture what I want. The creature is the hard part. So what this creature has to be is, there has to be many tiers of it. There's the 2019 one, 2020, 23, 25, right? That's the 2025 one is kind of what we're showing in the first part, the kind of current one, but then we go back in the history. So we need like the baby version, the child version, the teen version, and the full version. Then we also need, and then we need these next tiers. SHC, Share, SIR, and ASI, right? 4 more tiers. So then we basically need the main version with 3 tiers below it, and then 4 tiers above it. So there's a total of 8 tiers of this thing. And I don't think they should all be different creatures. That doesn't make sense. Because it's the same thing, but more intense. Could be identical thing, but just bigger, but I think the drawing isn't now helping understand the distinction. It's making it more confusing. You have to really look at the words now to understand. It's just the size, and that's not helpful. So I think it should grow, but growing something 8 times, you have to make sure you have a mechanism to grow this thing that can be done again and again without it being repetitive or just getting out of hand where you can't scale it up because it gets too many things if you're getting more complex. So what is this creature? It could be really simple. It could be like a little blob, like a little ghost type thing. It could be a super involved thing with a million arms and eyes and legs, and it could look like an alien. It could look like a monster. It could look like a big octopus, like the Shoggoth. It could look nothing like any of these things. It could be a box whose expression changes and who gets more, I don't know. So I'm gonna run to the bathroom and be back in like a minute. Now, there's one other aspect to this. In addition to needing to do 8 tiers of a certain kind of creature, it needs to have this item 3, which is it needs to be able to be something that can be refined, where I can, it's like the joke is that it's not at all public facing, and then it's being refined. Again, I pictured them like scientists putting makeup on it, like in front of a mirror, like a dressing room, as like a metaphor for fine tuning and reinforcement learning. Could be something else though. And then it comes out either with like messy makeup on, or it has like this perfect smiley face on type thing, like the Shoggoth comic. And the point there is to show that it's like, it is not this LLM that we all know and love, or maybe some of you don't love it, but like I love my GPT and my Claude. Like, they're just nice, they're helpful. Like, I'm like, hey, what were the leading causes of why did the scientific revolution happen when it happened and not like earlier? And I just get this great thorough answer that's really helpful. And I'm like, you're so nice. And I can like paste in a chapter and be like, tell me what's inaccurate here. And it's like, gives me a number. I mean, it's just like, they're incredible. But the little friend that I have that I'm talking with is not the being. That's the point of the Shoggoth comic, is it's this alien thing that's not nice or mean. It's just inhuman, this alien brain. We don't know who it is. It's not biological. It doesn't have a human personality at all. And then it gets trained and refined it's a simulator, and it gets trained and refined to simulate a helpful, harmless, honest AI assistant. And so you're interacting with this monster alien thing that is simulating a helpful, harmless, honest AI assistant. And it can be deceptive, where you feel like the helpful, harmless, honest AI assistant is the thing that you're interacting with, but it's not. And that's the key concept here. So we want the being to look appropriately like not nice. It's not necessarily mean, but it's not it's not human. It's foreign. And again, that can be alien-like, it can be monster-like, or it can be computer-like a box with no personality. It's also a decision. Are we going for like ominous? Are we going for ominous and like scary, or am I going full silly? Wait, but why? Full silly with like sideways, mouths and like a tongue and like am I going full cartoony silly? That's a decision. These are all decisions. I always err on the side of, a lot of things do this ominously, and a lot of things are serious, and Wait But Why is a place where we can be laughing at things that aren't normally what we laugh at. So it would be a place to make it a little bit silly, but also I do want people to be scared about this. Maybe it starts off a little bit like the little baby one is cute, the 2019 one, right? And maybe even the one today is kind of just wonky and silly, but maybe it grows into something that becomes kind of like, oh shit. So let's start thinking about this. Okay. Once we have our creature, I think we can execute this thing. It'll still take a while, but it's like, at least it's like, okay, we just kind of like power through it until it's done. But we need to invent a creature here. This is what Wait But Why ASI, or Wait But Why deep learning brain looks like. A modern AI depicted by Wait, which I've never done before. In the AI post, I never depicted AI. I had like an AI Colossus in the Neuralink post, but it was kind of a quick little rectangle. It wasn't much of a drawing. So this is the first time we're really doing this. So I'm not gonna start yet with like number one. I'm gonna first try to draw this thing, and also it has to be, this is important, it's gonna like be coming out of a so the settings it's gonna be in, there's 8 tiers of this thing, which could just be smaller and bigger with a little change, or it could be quite different. But you know, if here's the cauldron, right? So just in the first one, we have this thing emerging from it, right? That's fine. But then in the later comics, this thing is now in a chair. I don't know if it's in a chair or not, but it's like, right? And so it has to be able to, it could be standing, I don't know, it could be floating, hovering, I don't know. But it needs to be able to have a full body too. It can't just be like the top of it, like when it's in the cauldron. And it's also, when it's getting its makeup on. It's gonna be also outside the cauldron. So, Tim, have you thought about using AI to help create content for the book? So, here's my policy. I use AI for 2 things. I use it for research. It's still not my primary mode of research. I read a bunch of books because I need a deep understanding. And yes, I can get there by going back and forth with AI, but I don't want to worry about whether it's hallucinating or not. I have trusted books and papers and sources, sometimes even YouTubers, which I just know explain things really well, and I can get a deeper understanding of how evolution works, how the modern history came together, how humans evolved, whatever, how stars explode. So I will do my main research, but then again, there's certain questions, which is just, if I have a question, I use that example, like what are the lead up reasons for the scientific revolution? Like I can read the Wikipedia page on the scientific revolution. It's often not very good. We might not have that answer. I can go to a book that I know has a chapter on the scientific revolution. It might kind of answer, it might not. It's also one author's opinion. I can read an entire book about the scientific revolution that'll probably almost certainly get into it. Or do what I really should do, which is read 3 or 4 books on it to get different perspectives. Sometimes I'm writing 1 paragraph about this. I need to, in 1 or 2 paragraphs, I'm going to just give a little list and then move on. I'm not going to read 4 books for 2 paragraphs, or I'll never finish the book. I'll read the books if it's going to be, this whole chapter is going to be informed by this book. Then I'll read that book, or I'll read a chapter in 5 or 6 books for a section I'm going to write. But if I'm writing 2 paragraphs and I just want a quick answer, then I'll go into research with LLM. I'll ask LLM that, and it'll give me a good answer, and I'll often go back and forth for a while. I wanted to know the price, how long, like, each stage of the cotton fabric creation process took pre-industrial revolution. So the textiles industry in England in 1750. How many hours, human hours of labor went into picking the cotton, cleaning the cotton, spinning the cotton into threads, weaving the threads into fabric, cutting and sewing the fabric into shirts. So how many hours went into a shirt, right? That's perfect use. I can go ask, get information. I can then, I had some research already. I can verify it against it. But here's the key. I would be scared to use LLMs for research, or I would need to do so much verification if it was the main source of research and main source of information. But it's not, because I have a team of human fact checkers. Started with one amazing fact checker, and now he's hired people because this was such a beast of a book to fact check that he actually could. This is a pro. He needed help. He needed a team to work on it. So there's a team of people that have been fact checking every single sentence in this book, and I know that they're there. Like, there's a safety net. So I can get the basic research, which is probably right from the LLM. It's usually right. It's off. Sometimes it's not right, or it's giving me an answer that's right, but it's not the exact. It's actually like misunderstanding my question. Anyway, I can get that research. I can put it in. I can make my section or my diagram. Then I know it's going to go get checked. So it's perfect for research if it's coming along with human fact checkers later. And so I've gotten a lot of help there. And the second thing I'll use AI for is instant fact checks. If I'm, it's 11 at night and I'm finishing a section and I just want to, my head's still in this space. I don't want to leave and then later come back and have to, I just want to like, did I get anything openly wrong here? And I'll throw the section into an LLM and say, is there anything wrong? What's incorrect here? And it will tell me. And it's often very nuanced. Like, you're presenting this reason as if it's the main reason, but actually it's one of three reasons. You should probably mention the other two also. Or this could mislead readers. It's fantastic. Again, this is not my main fact checker. I'm going to get a real fact check later. So it's just nice for an instant fact check. It's great for these things. What I'm not using it for at all, 0%, is writing or images. It's not writing one word of the book, because there's going to be all kinds of books that are actually written by AI, even though they're presented otherwise, or that are openly presented as written by AI. Isn't the whole point of Wait But Why is that that's not how we do things, right? Like, to me, when Wait But Why started, it was like BuzzFeed was the thing, right? Like that kind of thing. These like produce 100 articles a day, targeted, hyper-targeted. That to me is like the version today of all the people who wanted to just maximize revenue with writing content. They didn't take any pride in it. It was just, content is a money-making device. So produce it for that. All those people have now turned to definitely just using AI to produce content, right? And the whole point of Wait But Why back then was, rather than try to out-quantity BuzzFeed, like just out-quality them. Just do one article a week, but make it better than anything on BuzzFeed. And that was this plan. So in that same vein, it's like, I'm not going to join the hordes of people now using AI. The whole point of starting Wait But Why was not like, want to make money with a content company or like a media company. It was, I want to create things myself. I want to make things I'm proud of and put it out in the world. And so it would completely defeat the purpose for me. If I had this great best-selling book that was actually written by AI, it's like, totally lost the plot. Totally, that's the whole reason I got into this. I'm not doing anymore. And it's like, so anyway, these are all my reasons. Not writing, and also, by the way, it doesn't do a good job. Some people, you can try to say, like some people have said, write this in Wait But Why style, and it doesn't really sound like me. And it doesn't create like a good original metaphor for something, really. It can try, but it's usually just trite, and it's doing something that you've heard before a lot of times. And so I don't think it could do a good job, but I also, even if it could, I would do it. And also drawing, same thing. People are like, why don't you use AI to create your stick figures? And I'm like, because the whole point is I want to create them. I don't like actually doing it. As you see, I complain a lot. I could totally be like, AI, create like a comic that it could create. I could probably get good enough at AI that I could have it create something that would look pretty good, but it's like, that's someone else's. I might as well why am I not just publishing someone else's book with my name on it? And it's just like, what's the point here again? So these are all my reasons. And maybe I'm being a stubborn old man, and like later people will be like, you can use a little AI, it doesn't like hurt it doesn't, and right, but I'm like, I feel very like strong about this. So I'm going to say this on page 1 of the book. I'm going to have a little disclaimer. I'm like, in a world like where blah, 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 not one word or image of this book is done by AI. It's done by me. So I want to be able to say that in good faith, so I can't even use anything. And some people won't care. They'll be like, all right, cool story, bro. And then other people, I think, will be like, good, thank God. I'm so sick of like wondering whether something is AI or reading stuff that suspect is AI. It's just nice to know this is not. And again, other people won't care. But I want to say it. So that's all my thoughts. So, and by the way, at some point, AI writing will get so good that it is great. It's better than me. It does absolutely incredible, inspired writing, and it's okay. I still won't use it. I don't think, or I'll do some other project that I use it for, but I don't think I'll use it for writing. And there will be some people who just want to read something by me or hear my point of view on something. And those people will come to, and maybe it'll probably be a smaller audience, because I think that part of why Wait But Why can develop a big audience in the 2010s was there just wasn't that much really good stuff out there. And when you did something really well and you worked really hard on it, like, it stood out. And it's just going to be flooded with content. It's going to be harder to get like a big concentration of people on any one thing, and that's okay. You know, that's again it's as long as there's a decent number of people who are interested in reading, like, I'm happy to do it. It doesn't. There's posts I've written that get 100 times the views of other posts, but I had just as much fun sometimes on the posts that got fewer views that I happen to have a fun time with. And I know there's like a passionate, smaller group of people that really like it. Like, I had a great time there too. So that's everything I think about this. Okay, so now we're back here into this hell. Let's put this on the side. I want to have so that both I can remember and also people who come here can see what we're working on. Let's get this part. Why? I hate when it does this. Why is it not like, no? Why is it, whatever. This is so, wait. Yeah, that's what I want. Oh, because I resized it, I think. Let's do this at 35. Can this be read at 29? Yeah. Okay. All right. Close that now. So, let's just start trying some stuff. Okay. All right. So, all right. So let's just start trying some stuff. So Nope, nope, get back in there. Illustrator is also great, and it's just very, God damn it. So as I'm saying it's great, it's being so annoying. Saying it's just very customizable. You know, you can move any menu item, any pane you use a lot. Like, then it's just designed by people who aren't thinking that hard about, like, the UI is both good and nightmarish. Like, you have to get so perfectly on there to get it, to grasp that. That's just bad design. There's a certain strip of pixels that you have to be within for this to turn into the, like, resize from the normal mouse, and that should just be 3 times thicker, so it's easier to grasp. You have to be so precise, and it's really annoying. Man, yeah. Illustrator is actually like that a lot, which is like it's so good almost, and then it's just incredibly difficult randomly in certain areas. Okay, let's get rid of all this. So how could this thing look? Could be, I think maybe we start with like a cauldron, and then, so maybe I want to keep my cauldron here actually. I think cauldron is like the main look at it, and then we'll figure out what body would that thing have if it were. So let's just do a better cauldron actually. Let's do a am I doing it on my mouse? Okay. This is not our real cauldron. It's just something we can use. All right, so what's coming out of here? Now I can probably lock these and put a pane in between them. All right, so we could, again, if it's just sort of like one pane in the book and it weren't that important, I would just not care that much. I'd be like, okay, let's just do something silly, good enough, move on. But again, if this is going to come back 10 times and I hate it, it's going to be really annoying to draw again and again. And it's also, if it's just not, if it's not clicking, if it's not really, doesn't really work, then it's just for the reader, it's just too big a part of the book. So that's why I want to like it, what we do here. And I want it to really like capture the situation. That's the point of a good visual, is that it's better than words at doing what, at getting something across. So, so this is kind of alien-y. So we could just run with like full alien, right? That would something. I don't know about that. So something, you know, this could be scaled, right? You could have a little one that's like cute, right? And then you could get up to like a big one that's like, you know, really big and has like, you know, has a lot going on. But it's an alien, which on one hand is helpful to the explanation because it is alien. It's not of this earth. On the other hand, it's a little trite to have just like an alien, right? It's like, oh, that's what it is. It's like an extraterrestrial. It's not really an extraterrestrial either. And actually, an alien itself is still biological, which is closer. The alien, that's what's crazy, is that an actual alien is probably, we have much more in common with an actual alien than we do with ChatGPT. So, and when I see this, when I think of, you know, Claude, I don't really see an alien. So we can create a bunch of artboards here, so I can just keep a bunch of these. And you can just keep looking. I guess I want to go up above. Okay, let me unlock this. And just put it on some of these others. Oops, wrong thing. Actually, I think what I want to do is, with Illustrator, you can just go small and it will keep its resolution, rather than have so many artboards. Let's just make this tiny. Oh man. This is dumb looking alien. See, you can just zoom in and it's like the same thing. Maybe not that small. Okay, let's get some more cauldrons here. All right. So what else could this thing look like? So you just go, I don't know why he's like giving a thumbs up. It's not supposed to be. Oh. Man, that was annoying. So, okay. I don't know about that one. Another option. And then that turns into like, you know, really gets really big. Go super simple, which would make, of course, the drawings way easier, but. And also could just go super no personality. Could be like this little thing that emerges. And then it turns into a, by the, you know, later it's this big thing that emerges. Maybe no even mouth even. But now it's kind of like not very much. Wacom tablet. Intuos Pro, the new one. Love it. Wireless, really great battery. Just I have no complaints at all about it. How did the call just come through if I had Do Not Disturb on? Super annoying. So the vibe here. It's a bit odd. I don't really know why it would look like this. That's for people who come in and have no idea what's going on. It's, kind of leaning in this direction up here. Like something that does have eyes, but maybe no mouth. That has no, I think, because I don't necessarily want it to be evil. It's that it has no, so eyes even is something, but I think eyes at least gives it like, personifies it in some way. So then it could be like, oh, every time this lady comes on, I switch to the next song because I don't want any human voice when I'm trying to work. Even though you can't even understand what she's saying, I don't like it and it distracts me. And every time we get to her in the playlist, she does this. She insists on continuing to try to insert herself into my workflow. So then it could be kind of like, you know, and then that could turn into which could then turn into like eventually and the head getting bigger kind of signifies smarter. It's not very like funny. It's not very silly. It's not like, probably not going to make a plushie from it, although actually it could be kind of a funny plushie. Oh, you know what could be make it funny? Is if it seems all ominous like this, but then the body, once it comes out, is really small and funny. Like how the Panic Monster has little shoes. So like, what if... So it's really easy to scale. That's good. We can get bigger and bigger and bigger without like overdoing some specific concept of scaling. So what if once it comes out and it seems like it's this big thing with a huge body, but instead it has like little shoes? Now this is a plushie, isn't it? Should we do an ASI plushie? Kind of like a fun thing to have as the AI apocalypse is happening. At least you have your little AI plushie. I think mouth is no mouth, because once you have a mouth, now he is an expression. So even if it's just... It makes him more real. It makes him more like personified than I think I want him to be. I mean, that's kind of funny, but now he's just goofy. And it doesn't, I should think she should have a little more gravitas. You know, it should be scarier. Like, this is too silly. And I think here it's both like wig but wide silly without being too silly. It doesn't make, it makes the creature like, you can apply what you want. You can decide that that's like Mr. Funny, or you can be like, ooh, that kind of gives me the creeps. Right? It kind of gives you the creeps, where like this guy gives no one the creeps. He's just funny. See? Let's actually keep these two for consideration to compare. I think this is a pretty important distinction here. This is a huge decision because it changes the entire vibe. So, you know, now he's just Mr. Goofy. He looks like he doesn't look like an animal, which is good. I mean, it definitely looks like a unique being, but I think the idea is that it doesn't have a mouth. That to me on the right, when I look at that, I don't see ASI. I don't see our AI. I see like Mr. Mushroom Head. But on the left, this could be, I mean, again, the shoes make it silly, but you won't see the shoes at first. What you would see coming out of a cauldron is this. Wait. So you'd see this, right? It would emerge. And it would seem kind of ominous. This seems this freaks me out a little bit, right? I'm like, I could have a nightmare about this thing. You could have a nightmare about this thing, or you could find him to be funny, which I kind of like the ambiguity, whether it's funny or it's scary. This is, no one's having a nightmare about this guy. This is Mr. Fun. Like, I want to laugh at him, right? And he's not scaring me. And I don't think that's ideal, even though I do like him as a person, and I would like to keep him around in my life. I don't think this captures what we want. And then you also have to, you know, every single pane, he has to be making some expression. What's the expression now? And then you always have to give him, like, when you put his mouth in, when you put eyebrows in, now you always have emotion, right? You can at least have a neutral mouth, but you have to work really hard to do that. And usually there's some expression that once you have a mouth. So now you always have to have the AI having an expression. They always have to be, the AI has to have a point of view on everything. When the AIs are around making it, if they're totally neutral, okay, but even that's a thing. Versus they just have eyes, it's like we don't know, because we don't know what this being feels at all. It doesn't, it's a black box to us. So okay, I've decided. We're going with not smiling. Now, the other reason so there's multiple reasons I like this. One, it seems like a genie emerging from a thing, which is what something would like float up and out of the cauldron. Two, it's super simple, so it's easy to draw, and I could scale it up. You could have a little baby one, which I could make cute, and it could grow until it's this thing that emerges, and just you can have it be big, even though the cauldron's not huge. You can have it come out and get wider. So it can grow without the cauldron getting huge, which takes up a huge amount of the page. It can grow wide as much as it can grow high. And I like that it's not like too serious and scary, it's ambiguous, but also that then we can, because I like to then have some funniness and some silliness. So one of the ways is you start with meeting this guy who's just nondescript. But then later, the little baby one I can make cute. Maybe the little baby one has cuter eyes, or like, has a little like funny expression, or has dimples or something. And when he comes out of the cauldron, I think you could think it's like a genie, but actually it's just like he has like little funny legs of some kind. And maybe you could argue that the legs is doing the same thing that this is doing, and that it's kind of removing but I think that's okay. It's less so, much less than the mouth does. And then it brings some weight by levity into it. Okay, and then you have the time when it's getting a makeup applied, and it's gonna look happy. So now what does that look like? Maybe, I think we could work with that too. So what if that was, what does the smiley face version of this look like? The one that you interact with, because you don't interact with this thing. So it could be as simple as this. Which is kind of funny. It's super simple, right? And it's small. I mean, obviously it could be like this, but that's less funny. I mean, that's funny in its own way, but... And then instead of putting makeup on, they could be basically having a marker. This is reinforcement learning with human feedback as they're drawing this mouth. But again, super simple. I was picturing having to like take like an alien beast and then like have its face transform. And if I were an amazing artist and my writing was known for having complex, rich art, sure, but it's not, and I'm not. So rather than try to do something complex and maybe have it look ridiculous, run with simplicity. Use simplicity, okay, as an asset. Now this would then be, so this is important, this drawing here, because it only comes in once, I think, but it is the depiction of like ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini that we know, that the guys we interact with is this thing. And so the question would be, is that feel like what those guys feel? Not really. They feel much more normal. But maybe that's okay. Let's keep messing around here. Because that could just go in a totally different direction where once it's done, it doesn't look like that at all. It looks like I don't want to get too far away from this thing and have the whole... I mean, because yeah, the way you could get around it is and have it be like So here's an option, is we could make this guy like smiley, like this. Alternatively, we could do what they do with the Shoggoth monster, which is like something like that. And then it could be like taped with a rope around the side. Or not, looks like he's holding it, but like, you know, I could work on getting something that looks like tape. Or stapler or something. Yeah, that doesn't work at all. I mean, it would have to look like tape, but I could show them stapling it, and it could be like, you know, staples, or well, I'll figure out how to like affix it. So you see, this is less important because it's just one drawing, comes up once. It's not part of the long-term creature, but it also is, you know. Now, if we do this, then this is a direct copy of the, or strongly influenced by the Shoggoth meme. So you would have to just, again, I would have to need a footnote that says this is Vaporwise version of it, which is fine. I've done that a bunch in the book. If something's influenced, so if something is just best done as a iteration on existing things, just say it. Put it in a footnote, put it in the caption, and then no biggie. But I want to make sure that we need to. I would work on that face. Obviously, all of this will get like more involved. Maybe it has color, and the other guy's just kind of like a gray. And then it does do the thing where it's like you think you're talking to this thing, but actually look behind it, and it's like not at all that thing. See, if you do this guy here, you could either leave him like that, or you could actually have him being like, but I feel like that makes it look like that's who he now is. That's him. His eyes seem to be smiling now, like he has become nice and friendly. You've turned him into this creature, but that's not actually true. So I think if I do this, I think what it would have to be is it would have to be like clearly like a taped on mouth that is like not actually part of him. It would have to be like a board with a mouth on it that is taped around, in which case now you might as well, I mean, now we're kind of back to here. It's like you're taping something on as opposed to actually adding it to his face. And I think it is the taping it on that gets to the concept, because adding it to his face is misleading, which is what people think. They think they've trained ChatGPT, the original mind, into be this thing that we're interacting with. We've trained it to be this, but it's not. It's a monster that's simulating that. And that's the key here. So I think it's important not to, even though I do like this little guy, this little smile, I think if there is a little smile, it has to be like artificially plastered on, and it has to be clear that the underlying thing has not changed at all. So yeah. Okay, I've been having a lot of coffee and I need to go to the bathroom again. I'll be back in, you guys noodle on this. You noodle on this for a minute while I'll be right back. Okay. I want to show you something. You might hear in the background, my 3-year-old, one of the things she does is she becomes obsessed with one certain animal and then makes that sound 400 times a day. So for months and months, it was a cow. She just would see her and she would say moo, and she would say moo, and she'd moo, and everything was moo, moo, little high moo, I'll moo, 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 moo. And I thought that was just her thing. She's obsessed with cows. It's her favorite animal. Then it changed one day to elephant. She was going woo, which was cute the first 30 times and not the next 3,000 times when I was kind of like, stop. It was woo, woo, just hear it. And it just shifted again, like 2 days ago. Really, this morning, really kicked into gear. It's now a howling wolf. It's changed from, so there's no more elephants, a howling wolf. It's just, I just hear it, just alone. And we turn on the monitor. She's in bed doing the howling wolf. So if you hear that, that's why. But that's not what I was going to show you. What I'm going to show you is, I might not actually. Let me see if I can find this. Where would I have put this? Oh, I have an idea. I'm trying to find, so writing, oh, I see. What I'm trying to find is the equivalent scratch pad that we're doing right now for the procrastination characters. I tweeted it out once, a picture of my notebook. Where I had done sketches. But I don't know. I don't know where it is. I'm sure I could find it, but I'm not going to spend all day. I don't know. I don't know where it would be. Oh, let me try one last thing. I'm taking a photo of it back when I did this, and I know exactly when that was, so I might be able to find it quickly. Yeah. Okay, I found it. Okay. So this guy here, who has now been the subject of 3 posts and a TED Talk and plushies and lots of other things, stickers. Someone got a tattoo of this, sent me a pic. Started off, I was like, look at this mess of me trying to figure out how to do a monkey face. And I thought it was going to be like he's, on all fours, like a monkey. But it wasn't working. You know how here, when I'm trying to consider all the positions this thing's going to be in? Because it can work for something, and then you get to another comic pane, and you're like, wait, there's no way to make this thing look normal here. So it was like, how does this thing, it doesn't make sense. I want him to, so I realized if he stands up, a lot of things can be easier. So then, it got to this. Which was also bad, but the body you see was coming into shape because it was also, he was going to have a stick body, and that just was looking weird. He looked too much like a little person, and then I had to figure out how to do the face and all that. And eventually we got to the final guy. Oh wait, I don't want this. No, don't open that whole program. No, I don't want, we don't want that. That's my old Pixelmator. Anyway, we eventually ended up here. Yeah, so got here eventually. Now, not that this is a particularly great drawing, but it has gone to many places. This has been 100 million people have now seen that drawing. And you never know when something you write is going to take off. That's the thing. You want to make everything good because you never know. This could have been a post that came and went. Not many people thought of anything. It was okay. Another like forgotten post. And it turned into this huge thing. And it's like, you never know when that's going to happen if you're a blogger. If you do a term you don't love, and then it just becomes like a term and you want to shoot yourself every time you hear it, it's not good. So anyway, so back to what we're doing. Now we're here with this guy. You see, we're making a character. So I mean, we could go back to the drawing board also. I mean, this is just one idea, but I am liking the vibe. I'm liking the vibe. It's a little alien-y. It's a little ghostly. It's a little just nondescript, non-living psychopath thing. It's a little silly. It's easy to work with. I mean, it needs a certain color. Maybe it's just gray. But I think these more involved things are like, oof, are we really gonna go there? Sometimes you can. It's like, are we really we're gonna make a full real character like this guy, and we're gonna make him come back in different forms? I just don't think that's the point here, is this not to make them too personified, or else it's the whole thing that the AI expert people want is for people to stop anthropomorphizing AI and understand, and that, LLMs now make it much harder because it really sounds like a person you're talking to. It basically passes the Turing test. That's how much it sounds like a person. And that the whole point of this comic is that it is not you should not anthropomorphize it. So I don't want it to look too much like an actual little guy. So I think this is kind of good. And then I think somehow him having like little tiny legs, which kind of takes him down a notch, you know? It takes it down a notch. Like it's all ominous, but then it's like, oh, it has these little silly legs with little funny shoes maybe, to remind people that you still are on a very silly blog, or in this case book, Wait But Why. So I think that kind of works. And then I think now we just have to decide about this part. And then when you have multiple of these, is there now, okay, what does it look like from profile? That's another question, because if these are all standing around, I think then it can also just get bigger. Like the little baby one can like look kind of little and cute, and it can get a little more like, you can kind of have the head widen and whatever. And then I think even when you get all the way up to like ASI, maybe it works to just have this thing get really, really big. Like, and you can, by the way, you can do big not by making it take up a whole page. You can do big by making the cauldron small and the other things around it small. So you could be kind of like, you can now be like, you know, it also just it could be in here. That looks a little cuter. And then like, what's this rest of his head doing? And he's got big cheeks. It's not, big cheeks isn't what I'm going for. You know, that could, like, ASI could just be this huge thing now. Because it still isn't, the point is, it's not like it's now, it's like, ha ha ha, AI, ASI, you know? Because it's not a person still. It still is the same inhuman, inexplicable black box of a brain. Just really powerful. I mean, you could also, you know, you could do things like, and the eyes could be up there, and not down here. You could build up to it, like clouds, you know, kind of like. But I don't see why we would do that. I mean, you could, you know, it could make it a little more 3D and like. So obviously, not this bad. It could be like, obviously this would need a lot of work. Wouldn't look like a sperm whale here. It would be like would have to be to make it more 3D. I don't see why that's better than just this guy. And then, yeah, you know, we might need, in order to, because again, we can't make the drawing actually huge. So if we want to show this thing is getting bigger, well, we're going to do that with the trick of making the rest of the thing smaller. So it's like if you had a tree, for example, which we won't here because it'll probably be it would be like in a data center, but the tree gets smaller and suddenly the same exact stick figure is a giant when it's just the same size on the page as a little stick figure. So maybe it's chairs, maybe the chairs is the thing. So the first one has scientists sitting in chairs, the cauldron. And maybe it's that the chairs get smaller and smaller or something. But you might have to think about that and make add something else to the room. You don't want to add stuff. Simple is always better, right? Like you don't want to clutter your drawing up with objects, but maybe something that can help us with the scale. Or maybe the cauldron's getting bigger, but it's not getting nearly as big as the thing. The cauldron itself will be a centerpiece, so maybe it's just like here. The cauldron itself is smaller. The chairs show you that the cauldron still is bigger than the original one, but something like that maybe, in the chairs and the cauldron. Okay. I'm ready to kind of pull the trigger on this guy. Now, okay, we're going to ask about Instagram profile. Because now you're going to have this thing. Is zoom in here again. Later, you're going to have the AI thing making the bigger AI thing. So how would they stand around? How would I mean, I think that shouldn't be too. It's such a simple drawing. We should be able to figure it out. But like, yeah, I mean, I think something like that should work. Has to be like worked, but I think the point is that it can work, right? You can go a side character, a sideways view, or it could maybe be a little bit more. Maybe it's just like. Like not fully side view or whatever. I don't know, I'll figure that out. Okay, I think that's not gonna pose, I should make sure there's not gonna like realize that there's some huge problem here. Going back over here, logic-based AI, that's not involved this guy at all, we'll just do a little robot. Scientist sitting and watching, this guy rise from the cauldron, great. Scientist, what's your deal? Creature being refined, this is one thing we have to answer right now. Scientist sitting around an ominous looking bigger cauldron, fine. Diagram of building, bubbling cauldron, fine. History. We build the little children version of this, fine. Superhuman coder. Now we're just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I think it's a little too, maybe that's why it is going to be critical to have the cauldron size and the chairs, because that's going to be now the one thing. I thought it was going to be kind of like, the first one has like, it could be something like if we did go back to this thing, each one gets another layer or something. But, where it's like it starts off kind of like simple, like this guy, but by the time you get to the big thing, it's like much more involved and it's not so simple. And this thing looks now so simple compared to what it became, as opposed to just smaller. So I do think it's worth like thinking a little bit about. Maybe the head just becomes rounder. I mean, getting huge is also a way to do it. it's just not that interesting to see like, oh, now the next thing and the next thing, and like, oh look, oh my god, now the next thing is so much more of a thing. Like, you know, if you have a facial expression, it could be getting angrier and angrier, right? But we're not doing that. It could start to have like a kind of a glow around it, maybe. The glow gets like a glow lines, and those get more involved. Like there's just more energy coming out of this thing, but we're more like, yeah. I think we might be okay with that. And then that's it. So coming back to this thing, I think it has to be something like taped on, stapled on, nailed on. Like maybe they're just coming over there and nailing something on, or they have a marker and they're drawing this thing on. But again, that's gonna then look, that works fine if it's this, because there's eyes here and eyes there. So you can see that these eyes are not the real eyes. The mouth is really not gonna work unless it's like very clearly, it would have to be like almost like a board is taped on. A board is hammered on. That could work. You see the scientists, instead of putting on makeup, they're there with their board, and you don't really know what the board is, and you see them hammering something on. And then there's a clear like board with a smile and a line that comes from it then that says like, hey, the board around the smile. And then you can see that that's not real. It's not really part of his face. Versus also there's new eyes. I mean, the good news is that's not a make or break thing. We don't need to actually decide that right now. Okay, I think we're kind of ready to execute here. I don't want to. I'd rather talk about it than actually do it. Maybe the board is around this whole thing, including the hay. And the contrast can be pretty strong from like this inhuman guy to this. But now we're just doing the Chocolate comic, but in my own version. So that might be okay. Maybe that's just the best way to do it. As I said, I don't want to like not do something for the sake of it. When it's really it's a really brilliant metaphor already. Trying to think if there is a better way to do it. Because either way, if you just drew this thing in, that's pretty different. But if you tape it on, right, it's the same thing. Now, another thing we could do We also could put a curtain over this, which is kind of funny, maybe. Like if there's like a curtain that's like clearly in the shape of this thing. Obviously, much better than this. And then there was like, maybe they're drawing over this thing. And it's like, hey, and there's a curtain over it. It's nailed in. Nails. Okay, these are nails. And it's like you can't see, you're not supposed to see the thing behind it. Because that's really what's happening, is you're hiding the thing behind it. This is not that important because it's only one comment. But I do want to figure it out in case somehow this changes the whole thing, if we figure out something different. Be wearing like a disguise. Could be wearing like a nose mustache thing. You could put like a huge nose mustache thing over it, and like a hat, sunglasses, and then it could be like just the thing being like, "Hey!" exclamation point, which is now not showing that it's friendly. It's just showing that it's disguised. That's a totally different concept, which is like we're focusing on the disguise of it instead of the what the actual like the LLM kind of actually looks like in people's minds. Could be an arm on it that's holding a little friendly, harmless, honest AI assistant out. So it could just have like an arm that is literally holding this little thing and it's the thing talking. Well, This is the part that's snagging me in the end. I was trying to think about I'm trying to just hit the metaphor on the nose too, where it really is. Like, what's actually happening? This brain, because it's not really a mask that's taped on. I mean, it is, but you're really training it to do a trick, which is simulate this smiley thing. But you can't have the face look like that, because then it looks like it's really feeling those things. It has to show that it's a simulation. It's almost like a ventriloquist doll. Kind of like ventriloquist doll. Like, this thing could now be sitting with a little nice AI assistant on its knee that's clearly a ventriloquist doll, and its little arm is now going behind it. And this thing is saying the thing, but it's coming from here. It's a little involved. All right, well, let's start. We can do the first 2.5 before we get to here. I don't think it should change very much about the drawing itself. Maybe just a puppet. A ventriloquist doll is so involved. It could just be like this thing is you can have a vaporwave character can develop an arm for one image and then not have it anymore. That's part of the rules. Maybe, hey, not on my tablet, but yeah. And then it shows that his expression isn't actually changing. And then it wouldn't be a makeover. It wouldn't be scientists refining the creature for reinforcement learning and human feedback. It's not refining the creature. It's not putting makeup or putting something on the creature. It's it's teaching the creature a trick, which is actually what it's really doing. It's not refining the brain. The brain doesn't actually change. I think this is it, because this is more accurate to what's happening. It's And then it could be like a little egghead AI assistant guy that I could draw that's like looks totally human and different, but it's a puppet. I think that works. I'm gonna do this. Okay. Now I feel like I don't have any big questions, which kind of like I don't like to start when I have huge unsolved things. Now I feel like the whole thing is planned, and now it just needs to be done, and a lot of small decisions can be made. Okay, so now trying to create character to represent AI. Currently drawing AI comic using new character. All right. Okay, now we have a lot of work to do. There's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 panes. 16 total panes. Now a lot of these are just copy and paste over with something different. The real drawings are like logic-based AI 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2A, and 2B are 3 different things, and then 3A is similar, and B and C are different, so that's 5. 4 is similar. 5 is just labeling something. 6 is kind of just copying the same thing. But then 8, we need the things standing around. So it's kind of like 6 real actual different drawings. Let's do them. Okay. First, before we start, we're not even doing a cauldron yet. Okay, so I want to actually just save this as not, I'm going to save this as, look at this. Crazy land here. Can I get like rid of some of these? Oops. No. Whatever. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? That's an inane thing to worry about. Okay, I'm going to just save... save this as AI sketch. What? Oh. What? No. Okay, I didn't save as first. Okay, hold on. Okay, now it's AI sketch. Now, AI1 can be deleted. Now, let's save this as AI1. Okay. Okay. First thing. Okay. So the first one is we're just doing a robot with scientists tinkering. Okay, so this is its own thing. Now, what should our robot look like? Nothing crazy. And I don't think it should actually look like a humanoid robot exactly, because that's now it's going to get confused with people. I'm trying to use the robot as a metaphor for software, which is kind of very different than a humanoid robot. All right, so it's like this is personifying software, and it should be small, and it's an aside. So let's see. Let's try to make a box, and it should be inside of this box. Shouldn't really be bigger than this, I don't think. Maybe like that or something like that. Okay. I don't think it's got a body. I think it should be actually analogous to the current face. And the point is, it's also kind of maybe it also has no eye. No. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's like a box version of the thing. Maybe it's like I think it should have real eyes actually. Yeah, I like the idea that this is They're both software in the end. Well, they're both software running on hardware, but like they are. The point is that the thing that's different here is that it's not a creature that's grown. So that would be like an organic, round edges creature. It's a creature that's a logic-based creature that's created by humans that is predictable and understandable and obedient because it is just something we made. So it's a little square, as opposed to the other thing, which will seem much more like a genie, like a magical. I like the idea that it's kind of a genie being summoned as well, or like a demon being summoned. Well, this guy shouldn't feel at all like that. This guy should feel like it's a little creation of a nerd. So eyes. Now the question is, should there be a mouth, or does that get too far from? Is that off the theme of software doesn't have mouths? I think the other one doesn't have a mouth, this one doesn't either. Let's just try it simple, we'll see. See, with something like this, you have to decide. I mean, I could just do a perfect square. I could do this, right? And I don't want to do that because this is a comic. It's a hand drawing, so it shouldn't have. In Pixelmator, I'd have no choice. I just would do it. It would be imperfect, and maybe I could go and erase some and redraw. But like here, you can just work with it until it looks. If I just keep doing this, it'll eventually literally be a perfect square. Then what are we doing? Why didn't I just make a perfect square? So I want to keep the hand-drawn aspect of it, but not have it be distractingly bad. Like this corner, if these are things like that, it looks like it's intentional. Like it's a piece of bread or something. So I want to, make it pretty good without making it perfect. The level of hand-drawnness, like the level of imperfection is a trademark trait of any comic artist. I mean, any comic you like, there is a certain level of imperfection that is characteristic of it, and that's it's a very important part of like what makes it feel like the thing, whether it's again Calvin and Hobbes or XKCD or Dilbert or whatever. You'll notice like different levels of the Far Side. Each one has their own level of imperfection. A lot of these people, me not included, could draw perfectly. They could make things look extremely good and realistic, and they choose not to. So again, it's not just level of hand-drawnness, it's also level of of unrealistic versus realisticness. Like, do I want to leave one corner a little curved, or is that distracting? I think that's not the place to be different, because that's too distracting. I don't want it to, you want something to draw attention from it where it's like, interestingly different from the rest, because it's not supposed to be important, so I don't want to draw any attention to it. So I think it has real line corners here, which again is, I don't want round edges because the next one is very round. But you see here, it's still quite imperfect. Probably could go a little bit more imperfect. Just trying to, the natural way I did it, I'm trying to enhance first I tried to tamp down the mistakes. Now I'm trying to add some mistakes back in, just a little, to make it clear this is a drawing. Okay, now eyes far apart distance is a major decision. Looks totally different. That looks wrong to me. Now the other guy, the eyes far apart, is going to be a trademark thing. So is that part of what all software looks like, or does that thing look like that? It could just be like this, pretty simple. Or you go farther out. That's too far out. Just be a tad closer. Okay, how about that? You can always change. This is an easy thing to change later if it just looks wrong once we've done the whole thing. Okay. Now eye height is one more decision, but I think I like where it is. I liked where it was. Okay. Now color. I feel like it's all gray, right? Because software is gray. Maybe the other guy has a different color. Color is a way we could, if I'm trying to add, it's another dimension by which we could distinguish the different tiers in the next comic. We could mess around and have it be colorful. I was picturing it all gray. But that's a lot of gray. It makes the comic quite gray, and we have the benefit of color in this book. If this were a black and white book, it would be gray. But it's not, so maybe it does have maybe the baby one is a baby blue and it gets darker and darker. Or it gets more and more, it goes from light blue to green as it gets smarter, to yellow to like orange and like red. I don't know. That's something to mess around with later. That's also something you can do at the very, very, very end, is just do all the color. So anyway, here I think we're just gray. Now, is it on a table? That's pretty minimalistic, isn't it? I was picturing like a robot, but I think given where we ended up with the other one, that was going to be more of a robot here and then like a monster there, right? But robot is misleading because AI will be in, the AI brains we're talking about will be what's running robots. So the robot is hardware. So I think we're doing a metaphor for software. A symbol for software. We don't actually want to make it a robot. And also because the other one is so simple, I don't think this one should be more complicated in it. Now, third eye. Problem with the third eye is then it doesn't look like, if you don't have any, if you have a smile, then it could look like, you know, oh, that's clearly like here. If I did an eye here, it's like, oh, look, oops. It's like, oh, it needs to be bigger. You know, it's like, look, 3 eyes, right? Now it looks like an alien, right? Which is fine, but then if I do that over here, I think it could look, it could be mistaken for a nose. Or it's just like, now it just looks like it has like dots, like polka dots. It doesn't look like 3 eyes, so that's the issue. Without a mouth, you got to do 2 eyes because there's so little information about what this is that you have to be very familiar and clear in the information you do give. Okay, so now I'm just trying to think about the so the prompt here is, you know, that artificial neural networks are fundamentally different from other kinds of software. Normal software, including logic-based AI, is programmed by humans. Engineers tinker and test until the software is doing what it's supposed to do. Then this drawing comes in on the side next to it, next to that writing, and then it says the people who build the software can mostly tell you how and why the software does what it does because they're the ones who programmed it. So is there one guy tinkering? I think so. I think it's one coder. I don't think we need one on either side. Try it with one. I can see one on either side, but I don't know what they're both doing because one has a screwdriver. I don't know what the other one's doing because they're not, yeah. So let's first get a screwdriver here. How do you draw a screwdriver? We lost music. Let's switch playlists to the dramatically, to go from laid back lo-fi to the dramatically different. Lo-fi beats essentials. Wait, actually, we did that yesterday, but what's this other thing I just saw? Lo-fi introvert radio? The hell is that? Okay, lo-fi introvert radio. Let's try it. This is on Epidemic Sound, by the way, which I'm using in place of Spotify, because if I use Spotify Music and try to put this on YouTube, YouTube algorithm will probably take it off. Because it is not licensed by me. Okay. Tedium. This definitely putting more time into these lines than I probably should be because they're really small. I'm going to show you how small they are in a second. This is on the page. No one will see these lines. Or at least, maybe this should be darker. I want to be able to at least have them. I want to at least have it give a texture. The point isn't to see the lines, it's just that it has a texture. Not black. Maybe it should be lighter. Yeah, that's better. And then this should like do one of these, I think. Something. Okay, now let's do a world, even though, again, we are in real small land here. Why is it defaulting to down there? I'm gonna kill someone. Why would it do that? Why would it default to below every time in this one drawing? Why? Do I have something selected? Do I have, what is this? Illustrator. New stroke, default to bottom layer. Shift D. I probably press Shift D. Draw behind. Okay, see, there's always an answer. Shift D. That fixed it. Why did this get so small? Oh, here. Draw normal, draw behind. See? Shift D. I had pressed Shift D and it was driving me insane. And with Illustrator, one thing nice about using a software that is very famous and popular is that you will have lots of people struggling in the same way you are, and there's always a million. It's just very easy to get a good explanation. just like a, it's too much. It's too much for this drawing. Okay, back to what I was doing. Good enough, gets the point across. Just for my own peace of mind. Now we have a nice Phillips head screwdriver. Okay. I guess it should also have one of these. Yeah. I really should have. This is stupid. Okay, stop now. Okay, so we've got a way too detailed screwdriver, but that's okay. I want it to be clear it's a screwdriver. And does that even look like a screwdriver? My God, screwdriver. Yeah, my handle's just like square. Yeah, see, they're more like, oh, I see, it does that thing. Yeah, that's the thing, because it has, that's how your fingers go. Yeah, this is what I was trying to draw, is this kind of simple thing, but I forgot that it comes back out. Okay, let's do that. And probably this whole thing should go out a little bit. And thick because it's on one, because it's a glitchy fucking program. Really, really frustrating program. Okay. How does this shit look again? Okay. Here it goes. That looks like a screwdriver. That was the thing I needed. Screwdriver. All right. Still looks a little weird, but maybe these are just a little too maybe a little more transparency there. Okay. Let's draw a guy now. This should be way fucking easier. That screwdriver should have taken... See, it's like, you know, I could have just done like line, like, and he's holding this thing, right? With his hand. You know? And it's like, it would work. You'd see it, but it's just, for the book, I'm just trying to do everything a little nicer. For the post, I would probably have just done like a bar. You know? It's just a little too much perfectionism, but it's because it's the book. The book is getting a higher level of scrutiny, higher level of attention to detail than a typical thing. Okay, so now I think he's just hunched over looking at this. That is not what I wanted to do. Okay, let's try this again. How would one hold this? Okay. Still looks so weird, dude. So I like the head. That's about all I like. I'll keep this. Keep that right here. Now let's just try something very different down here because it's causing me internal pain to have something look so bad. I think maybe, what if crazy is that we haven't even gotten to the actual hard part of the comic, like the real part of the comic yet. This is like the prologue drawing, you know? Everything's a little wiggly, you know? It's a little too wiggly. It's all these wiggles, you know? I mean, I don't know what kind of person holds a screwdriver with two hands, but he's doing it because he can't reach the thing and his arm needs to be doing something else. This is a very busy person and he's got two hands on the screwdriver. And that's it. I think that's it. I'll get rid of this. This is a tiny drawing. Probably too small. Too small for sure. But that's okay, we can just have it be, this is what's the beauty of Illustrator, is I can just go like this. Nothing changes. In Pixelmator, the entire resolution would be screwed up. I'd have to redraw the whole thing right now to just have it be a different size. Yeah, I think it's something like that. You know, this is someone working on a piece of software. They know exactly how it works because they're the ones who built it. Could also be reversed. Maybe it could be like that on the page. But I kind of think here. I'm actually happy I did that screwdriver decently well because otherwise you might think it's like injecting it with something. And now I feel like it's pretty clear it's a screwdriver. This hand's blocking it a little, maybe. I could try to put this like that more. You know, just like a little hint. There we go. So now you can see it's a screwdriver and this man's working on it. Okay. Now, save and move on. Now it gets real, everyone. Andy from Romania, good to see you. You named your son after me. I'm not sure I believe you, but if that's true, that is extremely flattering. Yeah, man. The AI post was a long time ago, 11 years ago, and kind of working on a new one now is essentially what this is. Very glad you like the thinking ladder. I do too. It talks about it now. Find it to be a useful tool. It's withstood the test of time for me. Good morning from New Zealand. Oh, Songs Prince. My man / woman. Happy you're here. Okay. I'll be back. I'm gonna just take a couple min before we get going. We'll leave we'll leave this silliness up here so you can see. And All right, we're back. I think I forgot that you guys couldn't see when my thing is up. This thing. There we go. So let's make this a little smaller font. Because I want people who are coming here to be able to see what's up. Currently on step 2. Okay, step 2. So we got step 1, we got our guy. This is the old school way to make software. A human builds it, tinkers with it till it's good. And they can tell you exactly how it works. So now, the new way is we have scientists sitting around and chairs. This is going to be something, I'm going to use these chairs and this scene again and again and again. So let's make them decent. We have a cauldron with fire underneath. And then like a boiling stew. Can we see the stew, or is it just steam coming up? I don't know. Is it straight on, or are we an overhead view? How many scientists are there? They can't be sitting in front, so there can be like 1, 2 on either side, and then there could be like a third kind of behind or a fourth. Or if it's an overhead view, they could kind of... Let's just map this out a little bit. Okay. So let's just map this out a little bit, and then we'll draw. This is kind of the scene that's going to be basically done and again and again and again, except for step 3. This is going to be the scene that we're looking at in every other drawing of the comic in just different ways. And there's going to be different things on the side, but this is the thing. And we're going to want to be able to see different creatures sitting around. Maybe they're not sitting. I mean, the sitting, scientists sitting was kind of... You know, the idea that it's passive. You know, the other guy's like hunched down with the screwdriver, and now these scientists are just kind of sitting back. I say scientists, I guess I mean computer scientists. I think sitting is good. And then the chairs can be used again as for scale later. It's much easier to draw. Look, if I can do like, my thing shuts off. But yeah, cauldron. So, you know, it's easy to have standing around. I don't want to take up a ton of vertical space, so actually it'd be more like something like that. Okay, so that's standing around. And here you could have enough to see a little bit of like bubbling stew in there maybe, or maybe not, and it's just kind of like fire underneath. Now, alternatively, you've got chairs. I think chairs is kind of good because I can have them sitting there kind of bored, sitting back in the first pane. And the second pane, the thing comes out, they're all leaning forward, which is kind of funny. It's also more compact. I think it's also actually kind of funny if later I can have the AI sitting somehow. It's kind of funny. And again, the chairs could stay for context, for scale. So I kind of like it like this. Now, other decisions. So I'm going to do chairs, kind of probably that exact configuration. Then, because then this won't get in the way, I don't think. I might have to move them a little farther apart, but like, then eventually when you got like Guy, I think I'll just make it so that this will be down far enough where the head doesn't run into them. I think that should be fine. So now next question is it just like a floating fire? Do I do flames? Okay, so let me open something here. This is from an earlier drawing where I'm showing that photosynthesis and combustion are opposite things. But now let me pull up a different drawing I did where I've done fire 2 different ways. So I did water convection because this is so to show how this is how plate tectonics move and earthquakes happen and all of that because the Earth is doing convection like this inside from the core. The core is the flame, and it's making this, and when it spreads out in the top, that's why you have the spreading center of like the mid-Atlantic ridge. You know, goes up and then it cools and it goes down. That's the ocean floor basically, and that's why you end up with this subduction and all of that. Anyway, you see the flame, it could be like this, which is less hectic looking, but also more easy. And also I could just have like a plate like this, like a bar. So, and I could make them bigger. Versus here, it's like wood underneath the cauldron is weird, I think. I guess it could, but like, I guess the whole thing's a metaphor, so you could have wood. But like, we're gonna have logs in our drawing? I don't think so. And I mean, I could just do a flame, like a floating flame, again, as like symbolic more than it's supposed to be actually lit in something. Kind of meld it all together. I mean, I don't love it. I don't love it. I almost just prefer it to be the way I had it before. Just be like one little thing under the cauldron. But then it's just like an icon. It's like a flame icon underneath a cauldron. Symbolizing fire, but I want it to look like actual fire, so I don't think this is the way to go. I will save it here in case we want it, but now I'm thinking more something like this.
should go in the other direction and make fewer, not more. Now I'm back to wanting the other one. Which looks like a stove. That is kind of how you cook a cauldron. And the cauldron would be over some of these, so it would kind of be, in a way, it would be some of them, you wouldn't see them all. Yeah, this part is not that important, the fire part. I just don't want it to distract. I don't want anything to be distractingly bad, you know? Can't, or just like noticeably less. Maybe the answer is also even more. You know, now I'm kind of liking that. You know, it looks like a big like stove. It doesn't look like fire, but. That looks more like, it's like, I want it to be compact like that, and if you do a full fire, it doesn't make sense. So I think I'm gonna go with that. Some version of this, okay. So that's that. Now I need to actually think about, so the cauldron, I think this is the right angle. Because I could also have it be, you know, just, you know. And you don't see anything behind it. You know, it's just. And this is just the same gray. But then also, so is this. You see. See, so that implies that this is the edge of the cauldron. You can't see in. But then this guy wouldn't be above this guy if it wasn't an overhead view. Which I guess you could do. You could have this come down this to ground level here, because like, you know, could have it like that. if it's overhead view, then he's more like floating if you do that. So it could be like this, and the guy emerges, and there's not, you can't see in. It would relieve me of needing to do any stew. I don't think stew's a big deal. I think a little overhead's nice. Makes it a little more 3D. And then the guy comes like out a bit more. Okay, so overhead it is. Let's go back to we can save these just in case I change my mind. Just throw these guys over here. Or actually just copy them and now. That's pathetic. Pathetic. I can't undo all the way back there. They don't let you. I used to undo like for so long. I would undo like an hour of work. And it would just undo like 1,000 steps. And now they hold like, I don't know, 30 steps. I just tried to undo. I couldn't even go back to this thing I just did 2 minutes ago. I've run out of undos. Look, undo is not an option. What is with that? I really don't like that. Because that means if I mess up, I'm like, oh, I can just undo them. Like, sometimes I can't. Run out of undos. Okay, so now this would be, more of like a darker. Oops. Okay. Something like this. I think this is we're heading in the right direction here. Okay, so now I need to actually draw it. Let's just throw all this on. An artboard. Got that view. You've got this view. We've got the standing view, which I don't see any reason why we'd use, but we'll keep it. And then we've got some different fire options here and here. So artboards are great. You can just put all this on one artboard and then have a clean one over here for your real drawing. All right, now we do cauldron first. And then fire chairs. And they're sitting back. And then we're gonna have them all lean forward. All right, everyone. I've really resisted actually drawing my cauldron drawing, and we're finally doing it. All the prep and lead up that can possibly be done is done. Max undo states is 200. Preference, performance, history states. Oh my God. Rebel gerbil. Well, at least you just doubled it. Still pathetic. It should be 1,000, but that's huge. Why would anyone in the world? What the hell is this? I don't know what that is. Why would anyone in the world not want the max there? Does it slow down the system to hold it all? Does it take up a little bit of resources? Probably, but like, wow, thank you. Our dog's name is Remy, but at some point we thought it was very hilarious to call her Begonia, so we often call her Begonia. And then she's also Remy. So it's like a mix of those two names. You know, our baby, we often call our baby her real name, but we often also call her Delulu because she's delusional. You know. Takes lots of RAM. Does it? I guess so. I guess sometimes, you know, it's not like writing where it's like a change is, you have to hold in all the change. Well, we'll see. That slows it down. That slows it down, but all right. My 8-year-old Eliza says, hi, Tim. She likes the pictures from What's Our Problem? Hey, Eliza. How's it going? Here. Let's do this really quickly. Okay, you should screenshot that or take a picture of it, and then you can show Eliza. Okay, I'll give you 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. She's here. She loves it. Hey, okay, awesome. Man, when I was 8, I wasn't like... I wonder if the internet were around when I was 8, where I would like read blogs and stuff. I just have no idea. It's so interesting to me. The 8-year-olds today are like, I guess you're saying she looked at the pictures in the book. So I did have that. I had pictures in the book. But yeah. Okay. So how big do we want this to be? Not too big, right? I think something like this. Okay, so how do I draw a cauldron? I think I kind of like the way I've been doing it. Right? This is a little like... Let's just try something. How big should it be here? I think like... Oh no, not at all. Wait a second. This has to be way smaller because we're doing... This is 2 panes. Okay. So cauldron's got to be inside of here. All right. So that needs to be thinner. I'll tell you the single most annoying thing about Illustrator, and if someone can fix this somehow, I'll love them forever, which is I will go to my brush tool and I will set the stroke to, 0.75 or whatever. And then I touch it and it let go, and it actually is in 1-point font, not 0.75. And I look over and the setting has gone back to 1. So then I have to highlight that bring it down to 0.75, delete it, and now it's actually 0.75. I think it's just a glitch. I don't understand why anyone would ever, you know, intentionally have it do that. All right, so let's see what this looks like. We've got kind of like, and then like, right, is it like that? Is that a cauldron? Right, with fire underneath. Is that a cauldron, or is the way I was doing it before a cauldron? With like a wider angle. Let's mess around with this a little bit. Let's just first see if that's what a cauldron looks like. Okay. Yeah, this is like what I'm thinking about. This guy. Something like that. But there's also, right, so I had it, both are kind of right, because there's also this kind. But I think we should have more, a little bit wider top for the thing to come out of. Yeah. I guess we could do stew, and we could kind of do it like that. Probably more like this. But let's just put some of these on the page so I can look. I mean, there's also this bubbling, but I don't know. Let's just take some of these for reference. I did do boiling water in this one, if you see. Took me, maybe I'll just copy my style there from boiling water. Which it just was circles, didn't do any actual 3D or anything. So maybe we just kind of don't reinvent the wheel there with how we do that, but okay, what was I doing? Getting cauldron shapes. So they do all kind of come in and then back out. And it's just a question of how much. I mean, I think we kind of have a good shape going. Oops. Okay. Interesting. We could have it with like stilts like this, but I think again it's symbolic, right? I guess I could put stilts on after we put the fire underneath. All right, so now let's make this not bad. Maybe I should just kind of use this here. Try to get it symmetrical like this one. worry about the size and the thickness later. Let's get the shape first. Because this is gonna be the same cauldron every time, so if it's imperfect, the imperfections are gonna be the same. So it should be rough, lightly imperfect, like generally kind of like drawn, but not like a big asymmetrical some. Gets to the front. A little more. Okay. Now, I think I might just redraw this part as is just a, oh, this is another thing that annoys me, but it's way less of a big deal. Okay. Let me do a, maybe a little thicker on the top. I need to see what I'm doing here. So seems a little high here. Okay, let me get rid of this guy. Okay. Now let's work on this. And the thickness, is it good? Maybe. What would it look like at the same? Better? Probably. Well, it's like a lip. Do we want like a thicker lip? We can set that later after we color it and stuff. Okay, so let's just move this down a bit. I think. Like that? Yeah. Now, is it a little too overhead, maybe? No. I think maybe it shouldn't be thicker. I think that's a nice cauldron. Okay. Is that almost too exact? No, it's still like got some little bit of personality going on. All right. Now, we're going to have a problem. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can fix this problem. Okay, we can. Now, is it darker on the inside or lighter on the inside? First of all, let's get this thing out of the way. I feel like these things are usually, well, it's going to have stew, but I feel like I usually go darker on the inside. Yeah. Now, is this the right color for our cauldron? It's distracting me. Is this the right color for our cauldron? I mean, it's metal, right? It's got to be metal. Is it too dark? I think it's okay. All right, we have a real cauldron. See, now my perfectionism wants to fix everything, but then the artistic voice is like, don't fix everything. Specifically, don't fix everything. Like, this is wider than this, right? But the wonkiness is okay. That's part of the point here. It is to be hand-drawn. Okay. So now, there was never an option in Pixelmator, right? Illustrator makes it easy for the perfectionist in me to go start fixing everything, and then that actually removes hand-drawnness from it. So I'm going to leave this asymmetric thing there. All right. But I don't want it to be like, see, something like this, though. Oops. Like, that's like distracting, right? That's like it takes away from the image. So you want to, that's obviously too much, but even just like, I don't know. Now it's like that's not where I want to be imperfect there. Okay. Now again, if I wanted to try to do it well, I would put a little shading under here because it's like, hangs over, but I'm not going to do that because that's not the point. But what if I did? What would it look like? I don't think I want to do that, but I want to see what it would look like if I did do that. And again, so you can do this. You can just keep going, right? I mean, real artists would really keep going here. And I could do that. I mean, and it would just, I need to move it up a little. It would just make it look more and more real until it's like, are we even in Wait But Why anymore, or are we somewhere else? And that's the problem. I don't want that to happen. I don't think I like that. I don't know if I like it. I'm gonna leave it, and then we'll assess once the whole thing is done. Okay, so we've got our cauldron. Now, we're gonna need, this has gotta be lower. Yeah, much lower. And centered. It's going to be chair, 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 but most importantly, of course, because we need the guy to come out of it. Just make it slightly higher. Okay. Now let's add some fire. I kind of like this concept here. I don't need the fire to be distracting. I guess I could make it look like, so it could look like it's directly underneath. Right? I could have it be like a circle. What would that look like? Let's just take this whole thing, move it over here for a second. Now, first of all, let's just get this thing down here because you've got overlap and it's bothering me. I think I need to group these guys because they're driving me crazy. I'm going to highlight them all. Okay, now I can take these and move them down. Oh, damn it. And now I can get rid Now, what I meant by a circle is I would do like an ellipse. Oh. So this is one way I could do it. I don't love it. I think I just prefer the simple. I think I just prefer simple, but I could do this. Just group this guy. I could do this. And have it be more of a circle like that. That's probably the best, actually. That looks like it's like under, because this is like, that looks the most like a fire underneath. I think. Maybe it's getting too, is that too fancy? Maybe the black thing actually is not needed now. No, that definitely, certainly is. Maybe it needs to be bigger. And have more volume to it, like a cylinder. I don't know. Let's go on top of this. I don't love it. It's just too much going on. Because that now looks like it's like a fire full of these little flames. As opposed to this, which is kind of like, there's a fire thing underneath it. Oops. back to the circle. No. See if I get inspiration from any of these. I mean, yeah, there's this, right? That's the whole other thing. This, I could do this. It's a little more like involved than I think I want. So I could also do something like that. Oh man, decisions. I would obviously redo it and not make it look so weird. Yeah, I think in the spirit of we're not actually trying to depict reality here. It's all metaphor. The black under the flames in the right cauldron. Okay, let's try it. I think I'm not going to do flames. I mean, it's a stove on the other one, and it's not supposed to really be a stove, but also it could be, right? Who cares exactly? I wonder if I could make that fire actually good, which I would have to do. I would actually redraw it for this particular purpose, and not just this one little thin thing. I would do the orange all the way across, and then I would do some yellow in there. I would make it like look real. If I would ultimately like it more than the stove, but Hmm. Okay, I'm going to try it. Then it's like, is it weird that we don't have logs, you know? I guess they do that. You could do one of those things. And then it's like both the stand and the thing. Here are these logs. I've got logs. I've got logs right here. I think it's too much to have logs. See, I did this here because it was a stove. So like, why am I doing a stove exactly? Then it's like a boiling pot on a stove, as opposed to a cauldron, which is usually over fire, right? It's too big for a stove. Right, you got like these guys. No. Yeah. I'm getting annoyed. Yeah, maybe it's just a little less hectic. Maybe it's a little more like this. Let's try it. Let's try it. Actually, let's just... Just gotta do this once, and then I can reuse this the entire time. Okay. So here I'm going to go down to 25, and then I tap it, and it's at 1. You see? I have to tap it. I have to go back down to 25. And then I delete it, and now it's actually at 25. Deeply annoying glitch. Okay, so let's just try some shit here. lost our music, but I am doing this now, so I can't fix it until I'm done. Okay, let's try this. This would be, I kind of like the way that did it with like the red, then orange, then yellow, as opposed to orange, then the red's a little too red, but let's try like almost red. Now we copy this, paste it, make it a little less red. Whoops. And we shrink it down. That's going to be a, I can go like this maybe. Yeah. A little bit more. It's tricky. I have to maybe slice this down the middle. Let's just try something. This is not as easy with these dimensions. I think I have to do this in parts. Yeah, maybe I should just redo each one and not do it this way. Oh, I see. Let's get the music back on before I go back to this. Do one more round through this through this playlist. Make it even thinner. Oi. What's going on here? Okay. Now we do. Thinner. Oops. Okay, I have to go here and now actually change the size. Bottom, I don't think. Ah, man. Just cut this here because that was really bad. Okay. Okay, it's fire. The red's a little hectic, but what if this were this color? Oops. What if this were this color? And this were this color? Those do you like more? Kind of feel like the one on the left looks a little too like cartoony. Maybe this, I could just mess with this a little bit. Add just a little more into it. 58. I think we got our fire there. We'll get rid of this one. Let's move all of this over to our let's just add an artboard. Okay, it's a real fire. Now it needs something below this. How did these guys do it here? There was one I liked. One, oh, maybe it's this one, yeah. So maybe I just do like that, and that thing is underneath it. So it's just a bar with legs. Let's try that. Kind of works. This is tricky. This actually has to go. Maybe this just has to wrap around more. No. Let me just manually draw this part.
so close. We should have to manually do this part. Okay. Point 1, 2. Nope. No one will see the difference there, and then here. It's a nightmare. Okay. I think that's fine, right? That's fine. I wish it looked like that. Maybe I should have to move this fire over a little bit. Okay. All right, we have a cauldron with fire. Okay, we've got a cauldron, we have fire. Still don't know how I feel about this guy, but let's keep it in for now. Okay.
Okay, now the data. We've got our energy, we've got our compute, we need data. I'm glad we did that instead of this. It was worth it. It looks more like a real thing. I do feel like a couple of these should be a little higher. Okay, there we go. Nice and balanced. All right. We need data. Okay, so what's the color of data? I guess it should be blue, like a boiling blue. Let's just do this without being, let's do this one exact, because I don't think there's any reason not to. Okay, now we have an issue because I need this to be inside the cauldron. Okay, I think I just need to double this thing up here. There we go. So we've got data, I want it to be bubbling. How did they do this? They have some circles and some circles inside. I think that's kind of what I did here. Some circles, some lighter circles in there, and then we'll just start there. Okay. Okay, some circles, and then what did I do? They did the same color circles coming out, but I did this. Same color circles on the edge, so let's do that. Oh. Here. A couple smaller ones maybe. out, we have some normal colored circles. Are this color. These all have to go on top. All right, a bubbling cauldron. That looks like a bubbling cauldron to me. Now I could also do like to really make it bubble. Now it's really bubbling. Do we want it to be that bubbling? I think we'll decide later. Super bubbly now. Okay, we've got our data. We have our compute. We have our fire. We have our energy. We have our data. I'm not going to have them stirring it because I just say that in the text. Now, okay. Let's group this whole thing together. So time to hit that save button. Yep, I did. My lord. I'm so pleased that nowhere on this live stream have I lost. Partially because I'm saving a lot, but partially because Illustrator doesn't crash very much. Again, Illustrator is great and awful, and in many ways it's great. And one of the ways it's great is it's just robust and it doesn't crash very often. Again, the one time it's crashed on me and it blew because I had to do something all over again was when I had a bunch of dots, circles that were all Gaussian blurred, and Gaussian blur applies a ton of effects to it. It makes it much more data intensive, I guess. And then I moved like 1,000 circles at once. Not 1,000. I moved like a ton of circles. In fact, I'll show you the drawing. Why not? I feel like part of being in the people who come to the live stream, they get to see a lot of sneak peeks. By the way, just in case you're like, oh no, so many spoilers. There are 300 drawings in this book, and you're probably, if you watched every hour of every live stream, including the old ones I showed you, you're probably seeing like 30 total drawings out of 300, a tenth. When I'm reading some passages as I go, that's probably 1/300th, 400th of the book. People who are on Patreon, where I put some excerpts in, maybe at most they've seen 5% of the writing. This is just a very hectic, heavy, a very giant book, and so you never have to worry about like, oh no, I'm like seeing stuff. You're seeing almost nothing compared to what's actually in this book. Do I want to make? I feel like it could be bubbling more, but I think that's enough. I could like, you just add more circles and it could be spewing more, but I think it's okay. Okay, so what was I going to show you? I was going to show you this, which is, and this is, if you can believe it or not, a discussion about entropy in chapter 4. And this is the one thing that crashed. This is the one, I guess it wasn't thousands. Wait, maybe I'm thinking of a different. What the hell is this? Maybe it was this. This didn't make it into the book. This got cut. But it was one of these. You see there's Gaussian blur on each one of these. And I had applied it to all of them. And I was moving them all around, and then I shifted to like double it up or triple it up. I think it was for the other one. and it crashed. And that was it. So yeah, entropy is a whole topic in the book. We're not doing any of those drawings in this situation. Okay. I don't want to see that little piece of black down here. I'm just going to do something. Another thing I like about Illustrator, I can, if it's something's grouped, instead of having to go over to layers, open the group, go to the one that's grouped, or ungroup the whole thing, I can just double click, and then I can move something around. And then double click, and we're back to ungrouped. And if I want to go and adjust this one a tad now, I can just do that. This. There we go. Okay. This is a little twisted, isn't it? It just looks twisted. I don't mind if it's twisted, but it looks twisted. I don't like that. Do we care if it's twisted? I actually think maybe it's like fire can be twisted, right? It's like the actual flame could be actually twisting, so I'm not going to worry about that. Also, given that literally no one will notice or care. Okay, because it's going to be all the way out here. It's going to be literally all the way out there. So, okay. Now, you might think, wow, we've been working on this all day, and this is only on step 2A we're working on it. We're in the middle of step 2A, and it seems like, oh my God, we're so far, but that's not true. You do 2A, and you've done a huge amount of work on most of the drawings. Doing the cauldron once, and the chairs, and then I have to do the guy. I'm gonna have to get good at drawing the guy, because I'm gonna do a lot of different versions of him, the creature, the being. But the cauldron here, first of all, coming up with the guy, making a plan, laying it all out, that's like a third of the total work. I would say doing this first, doing that other drawing, which is its own thing, which we did, the step 1, and then getting step 2 done, I would say is 2/3 of the work. So I think we'll only have another, maybe we'll have 40% left after this. So we are getting there, even though it seems like we're, you know, a tenth of the way through. Okay, so let's draw chairs, because we have room, I think, right? For a guy to come out. Oh my God, I lost my thing. I mean, I like that it does this, obviously for energy saving, but the Wacom tablet turns off after like 10 minutes of non-use, which is a little quick, and it takes like 10 full seconds to boot back up, so it's kind of an annoyance in my life. All right, so now, are the chairs brown? Are they metal? Kind of like the configuration I did over here. And so this could be anything. That could be silver, metal, whatever. But then this one, what does that back look like? Maybe it's, let's make them metal chairs, because we're not in, we did some wooden chairs yesterday in 1600 and 1700s in the tavern and the coffee shop. But that was old-timey, so let's get the metal chairs. If they can create an artificial mind, I think they can figure out metal chairs. Office chairs, kind of interesting. I haven't thought about office chairs. Like one of these guys. That, one of those things. Kind of funny, but it's a little distracting. It's just a little, it adds more clutter. Let's just make the chairs simple. The chairs are not a centerpiece. They're not meant to be really looked at. So let's start here with a chair here and put one guy back there so it's not just two guys on the either side. It's a little big. I think given that a stick figure, a Vaporwise stick figure looks like literally this, right? That's not a normal person. Those are not the normal place for the arms. Those are not the normal length of the legs. Given that, I think the chair, a Vaporwide chair, should, I'm always struggling because I do a normal chair, but like a Vaporwide chair would look more like, you can't make it look like this ridiculous, right? I think that would be too silly. It's kind of funny, but it looks like he's in a throne, so that doesn't work. But I think a little bit of cheating on the size here. That's a really basic chair. I mean, I could do a little bit of like, you know, I can make it a little bit more of a chair. I don't even know if this is more of a chair. I don't even know what I'm doing here, but I mean, it looks a little bit more like a chair now, right? I guess, would the front part be out like that? I don't know what kind of chair this even is. Let's just do the one, yeah. Let's just do that. Okay. Is that a weird chair? I don't know. Let's see how it looks with someone in it. Let's first of all, let's make it metallic. Okay, now let's put a guy in it and just see if this looks normal. Good old Illustrator, gotta go do this again. Okay. So, in the first thing, he's slumped forward. They're like, there's not that. Okay. He's bored. These are bored arms. These are like, partially it's like in contrast to the screwdriver guy, right? This guy, look at him. He's in it, right? Look at this. That's active. He's doing something. He's making it. This guy is sitting back. Oh man, but see, that just shows you, look. This guy's way thinner lines. So we need to fix this. We can fix it easily. But you don't want to be inconsistent, especially within one comic, or it looks really stupid. Also, like, kind of distracting. So let's make this 0.35. And then let's make his head bigger. Wait. Scale strokes and effects. Okay, this works. So they're kind of sitting around, they're a little bored. Okay. So we got a guy. It's a little bit weird now, that chair, I'll say. But I think it's even weirder when the legs get super long. So that's a weight but wide chair. Now, one thing I could do to make it less weird if I want to is, that's going to take a little effort, but I have to make him just go like this. Okay, and then have him much more slumped. I don't know if this is going to work. Legs are getting pretty long. So I want to emphasize that they're sitting around real passively, doing nothing, waiting, and then they're gonna all lean forward when the dude emerges. So I want to slump him. A little piece of the back touching. Could even move these forward. Trying to highlight both of these. They both highlight. Okay. Now this guy's bored. He's really bored. Now he's sad. So he's not sad. He could be really like, that's like sleeping, falling asleep. I don't think he's either of them. I think he's like this, okay. Maybe I could. Yeah, okay. This guy's had it. Now he's looking. With curiosity, with like passive curiosity. Definitely no smile. Look how sad I just made him. Depressed. That's not at all what's happening. It's amazing how it just really does what I don't want it to do. Yeah, he's looking with curiosity, but been sitting there. He's been sitting there for a while. Now, why is he back there? I think we should be down here more. Is he a little small? If I do another one here, I think it's okay. It's a big cauldron. I could always make the cauldron smaller. You can change sizes later. Okay. Now, we have to do the hard chair. We can literally, like, do this for the other guy. And just tweak things. Let me just make it a little bit higher because we don't have another guy on that side. Illustrator, pissing me off as usual. Have a bun. That's kind of like okay. So she's there. Is Is that like white hair too much? I mean, I could just do this. See, in Pixelmator, I just filled that space in, but you can't here because they're not part of the same path. And it's really, really unfortunate. It's one of the things I really can't stand. Kind of liked her as a little like blonde more, but it's okay. Honestly, if I could fill in, I would have just made her blonde, but I can't, so I won't. Because I'm not going to try to get in within the... I mean, I could. Because I could just put the thing over it, the outline over it afterwards, but... I think she's fine as is. She's doing great. Okay, now the harder part. Well, I guess they can't have the same exact body, can they? Maybe I'll just redo the body. And I guess I have to do the expression a little bit too. Okay. Like him, she's been sitting here for a while. She can't look too sad because then he looks really sad next to her. So. Oh, it's kind of a neutral smile. Okay. Also board arms. All right, now the hard chair. Almost done with this one. Oh, shut up. Okay. What's that chair? I think that looks all wrong, probably. It's got to be way more angled. How did I do this one that like worked on the first try? Yeah, it's just much more flat. Okay, let's just redo it. Okay. All right. All right. All right, here's a chair. That last one here is needs to be okay. Now person in the chair. It's a very little chair. It's a little silly chair, but that's okay. Okay, let's just okay. Something like that. Mess down here. original face here. Okay. I feel like this guy, to me, is a little too, like, down. Is it the eye location? He's so bummed out. I think it's the head angle. That's okay. He's just staring. Maybe I could tweak the angle of the mouth just a tiny bit. Yeah. The smallest little things make a difference to how the character looks. Okay, hey. We are getting there. This is... that's one. That's a pain. Step 2, damn. We were step 2A. Now we're step 2B. I didn't even get the satisfaction because I didn't write A. Okay, now for this one, we just copy the whole thing over. Yeah, no. No fucking lab coats. We're not doing anything we don't need to do right now. Okay. All right. Draw our first AI character now. And this is a mid-level one. Later we're gonna go, there's 8 levels, this is like level 4. 2025. Four and 5 are gonna be super easy. I guess 3, damn, I forgot about 3. 3 is gonna blow. 3's gonna blow. I do feel like they're gonna get easier after we get through these early ones. Okay. See y'all in a sec. We're finishing this shit today. You hear me? I said this morning to Alicia, the cauldron, if we're gonna do it, it might take all day, the cauldron comic. But I'll be happy if I finish the day with it done, and that's how I feel. But I'm not going to bed till this thing is done, the whole thing. All right, so now I feel like this person's gonna have to move over here because we need some space. Clearing space for the AI being I guess there's no reason for them to be so high up. Nothing's going on down there. Let's not waste the space. Okay. All right, so here we are. Our little AI friend. Let's not go crazy here. Oh, hilarious. I've been on 4-point stroke, which is why everything's been so weirdly small. Not in how it looks, but in the pen size. It's been 4x the normal size. Okay. Too small, I think. Something like it's a little too wide. Okay. It's a little ET. Is that how we were doing it before? Where's my sketch? Let's just bring it over. I mean, not that this is, I didn't put much thought into this guy either. But let's just bring one over. So it's a little low. I'm going to see a drone show this weekend. I don't know if any of you have ever seen a drone show, but they're really cool. Really, really cool. You can see them on YouTube. It's crazy to see one in person. so. You can change the shape later if you don't like it or if it's not consistent, but I don't think we overthink it too much right now. We don't want it to be symmetrical. Let's see, I gotta... How am I gonna do this? I need to have... Oh, I messed things up. Okay, this needs to be on top of all this, but behind this. It's all grouped, that's the issue. Let's ungroup. Okay.
This is tricky. On. Closer. Now where's my white thing? All right, does that work? Oh, the fire. Fire. Oh my God. Does this look the same? Is this lighter than this? This is lighter than this. Why? Oh, because I made it lighter than that. Okay. Okay. That was a lot of work there. Okay. Now, what do we have for a color here? Maybe it's not. I mean, that's bold, but I don't see why it would be gray. Let's be more fun than that. Something creepy. That's kind of creepy. Right, and we're gonna do some color. Let's worry about color later, because I think we're gonna do color then. Okay, now we need eyes. Kind of works. A little offline. Let's just try to. No. Yeah, I don't see why I need to. Looks fine to me. Okay, let's do it. Now we need these guys leaning forward. They're interested suddenly. It's not easy to make them lean forward. It's not easy at all. So many anchor points. Let's get the heads first where they go. Looking up.
Not too many anchor points. Bring these somewhere for now. Now I think I'm just gonna copy the old copy and tweak. Okay. Okay, so to be done, step 3A. Okay, so now man, shit takes a while. At least this is like an important one. I don't like when I'm like hours into one that it's gonna be a little like haha on the side as you're reading, a little embellishment to the. This is centerpiece art, you know. Okay, so let's save this guy. Now I think steps 4 through 8 are gonna all be not so bad. We gotta get through step 3. And now we're back to where we were when I was trying to figure out what we're doing. Are we really doing a puppet? This is the last really hard thing, I think. So maybe, let's just save this as AI3. We can get rid of these guys. Okay, so so for this one, I think what we're gonna do is ditch the cauldron, ditch the chairs. And we're gonna make a 3-pane comet. Just in case we need something from there. Also, I'm realizing AI2. See, we don't need all that vertical space. My layers are a mess, but yeah, we just save 4 lines of text. We just added to the page. Whoa. Okay. I accidentally just want artboard 1. Okay, we got problems. Yeah. Okay. Now we go boom, boom. And we go back over here. So now I think this guy is standing here and the scientists are standing. And then I think they're working on him. And I think this is, maybe this is going to be hard to do in 3 panes. You know. Here was the idea. Maybe we cut out the first pane. Music. Okay, let's do a different, let's do the Beats Essentials. Lo-fi, you haven't done that one today. Okay. Are these just funny feet? I guess no shoes, right? Shoes is a little too much poetic license. I like kind of wiggly feet. Why would it do that? Why would it do that? Don't do that. Okay, so now we got 3 scientists and they're gonna be like, so what's your deal? Then over here, they're gonna be working on him. Okay, let's just do it. How thick were these guys before? Probably copy all of them over, but it's a little, everyone's a little, guy's a little smaller now. Does that matter? Okay, let's just do the ratio. So he is now 1.185, and over here he was 1.5, so about 80%, and they, this is 0.35, so let's just make it 0.28. Let's make it 1.1, and then let's go back down to 1 here in civil. Now, Drone shows actually aren't loud. They're dead silent. The drones are quiet and they're really high up and you're not that close to them. And there's just a lot of them that make this incredible 3D art in the sky. And usually there's music that's like scored by like a movie scorer type person. It's a really new art form that I think is just getting started. If you have a chance to see one, I highly recommend going. It's really different than anything you've seen before. Bun consistency, bun size consistency. It's a little big. Okay. The eyes can get a little bigger here. Oh, here we go. Another lady that sings to me when I'm trying to work. Okay. All right, now let's move them all down. This person's going. Okay, that's pane 1. (3B). Okay, now it's decision time. I think we should try the threshold. Just move this all up a little bit. Yeah, I have an idea. I have ideas. I think the puppet thing will work. And I think we're gonna have to make this pane smaller and this one bigger, but we'll see. Okay. Okay, here we go. That's his little alien arm. I don't want it to look like his weird nose, so let's just... Okay, now should save the head before I cut it open. Damn, okay. 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 Okay, so let's say she's over here now. his hand, steadying his hand. And these people Now we're gonna draw our thing. Let's just do it up here for a second. So. No, I don't want you to smooth it so much. Yeah, this is very strange, but I think it'll work. Oh, nice. Use sound in class. That was like mini week. I didn't plan on doing anything involved at all. And I was like, oh, I'll do something quick. And of course, you know, I'm me, so it wasn't quick. It took me probably 14 hours. I was trying to do one post a day, but it did get done. And I learned a lot. It was just much more interesting than I realized. Since then, I've understood sound way better. Yeah, well, thank you. I'm glad. And Krakatoa, man, I like couldn't believe it, you know? That's the best thing when I'm researching and I come across something that I'm like, holy shit. And I'm like, well, that's going in the blog. Just like nothing should ever be that loud. To ungroup this. vibe here. Oops. Now, in the last one, so yeah, this one doesn't need to be so wide, which will help us. So now, damn it. Okay. feel like I don't know what the tokenized model, if you're talking about like the Shoggoth. Oh yes, this is the reinforcement with human feedback. So basically the sentence right before this is once the alien has been summoned, I'll change it from alien. When alien creature has been summoned, humans work to tame it and align its behavior with human goals, and then we have these panes. We don't need this anymore. So now I think we try to maximize the space. So, because right now we have a little empty space here. So I think we can make everything a little bit bigger. Let's just try to do all of that at once, except for the text. A little crunched, but maybe try. That's gonna be too long. Okay. Just a little bit. This is the highest point, so everything is, again, lines of the book saved by taking this down. We don't want to crunch it too much, but move all of this down just a little bit. This down like that. And that's a pretty small comic. I thought it was going to be huge. Yeah. It's not too small. It's a little small. That is a little harder to see what's going on in here and to see this thing. I mean, I could could make everything bigger by just crunching everyone together more. Should I do one more round of size? It's getting a little crunched. I'll leave it as is for now. All right, let's... So I was gonna like, the alternative would be, you know, taking this guy. And, you know, having it like taped to his chest without this part down here. You know, kind of think the puppet's funnier. I would have to like tape it on. They would be taping it. Anyway, for consideration later, but for now, I mean, I could get rid of the what's your deal part, but and then make everything much bigger, but I think it's kind of... Yeah, I'm gonna move this guy and his glasses over a tiny bit. So you can see the glasses a little better. Okay. Okay. Step 3, step 3B, step 3C done. Step 4. 4 is super easy. We're just doing this. Step 4 is like, then they get ready for public consumption. Meanwhile, the people at the AI lab are working on summoning a smarter, more capable creature. They build an even bigger, fancier cauldron with even more data and heat it up with even more energy and sit back to see what comes out. So now we're back here, but this whole thing is bigger. Maybe I make them a little smaller. shit, I just realized something. Yeah, it looks fine. Yeah, I probably made the... better. So we're just going to would that get so messed up? Okay. So that's that. Done. Okay, step 5. This should be quick too. Make sure this looks appropriately different and bigger. Why would it? Yeah, it's much bigger. Okay, step 5. Step 5, I just say the scaling happens on 3 fronts. So I'm just labeling it, labeling the cauldron. See why you want to. I guess you do want to scale strokes and effects. Do this with arrows. That doesn't work at all. I think that works. Done. Yeah, more bubbles. Maybe later. Maybe later, because I don't know. It's going to be a lot of these, and to see how they all look and whether the bubbles are distracting. Okay, see, we're flying. All right. Step 6. Now we're done with this chapter. So chapter 8, comic, is done. Now we bring this back in chapter 9. Quick bathroom break. Be back. All right. Closing stretch. Got to finish. This is live stream. Benefit. I might, on a big day, do what I just did today. There's no way I would keep going right now. So. All right, so now we're in the next chapter. And so talking about we're talking about takeoff, because what we've done so far is just the current situation, right? That guy we drew, it's just an LLM today's LLM. This is what we have right now. This is what we use. So now we're talking about how this will start to improve, and then the AI itself will start to be the scientists sitting here. I just want to make sure. Make sure we do need to do this step 6 and not just move right to 7. Okay, let's try it. But let's not make it complicated, this first part here. So now we're back in the genie bottle for this one here. Man, if this were a blog post, I would just do a big vertical thing and it would be so easy. It's going to be so refreshing to get back to a medium where space is not scarce. Book pages is such a constraint. Okay. Maybe we're not doing a cauldron for this first one. Okay, I have an idea. We're not doing this. We're doing taking this guy. I don't think we need a box. I think we're gonna do I think this is our last page here. I think this is AI 6, 7, and 8, this page. And I think what we're gonna do This is probably, let's get these guys all aligned. Oh shit. Whatever. Okay. Now, before I publish the book, we might actually have an answer to that last one, but right now we don't. This is kind of GPT-2 3.5 or 2, 3, 4, 5, and then whatever's next. like all these long words here. It's a little wordy. I don't love it. The word school looks weird now. Oh, we lost the music? Hey from Melbourne. Yeah. You know, Alicia's like, don't do that, don't chew gum, but like, it's a long day. I want my nicotine gum. You know? It's just kind of it's my fatal flaw as a streamer. How about this? Since it's not tried the patch yesterday, it made me nauseous. Made the music a little louder, how about that? Okay. I want to go to Melbourne sometime. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now, we could be making them different colors. Maybe we should do that. Let's try that. Subtle change. Subtle change. I need to think about, we'll fix colors later. I need to do the rest of them and we can figure it out. Because this is 5 of the 8 levels. I still need super human researcher, super intelligent researcher, and ASI. Okay, so then his eyes are a little small. Not quite. I think it means like, I mean, maybe. I have to like figure out if the definition that I'm working with here has actually already happened, but I don't think that's, maybe. I think it's like autonomous agent coding. Maybe. I could add one more piece of information here. Okay, okay. And then I don't like those lines. They look stupid, so let's try something else. Let's try rounded rectangle. Okay. Yes. It's okay. It's a little prominent. Something like that could work. Let's get rid of the kind of works. It takes up a lot of, it takes up a lot of attention for just a little additional piece of information. One alternative would be to make these black. And then make this. pretty important piece of information, though. Let's put this aside. And we'll assess that later. Okay, so that gets us done with 6 and 7. Now we're down to the final frontier, 8. Unfortunately, this one's hard. Still easier than some of the other things we've done, I think. And it might be a big ask to squish this onto one line, but we're gonna try. Let's see if we can get this to a half page total. I think it's okay for a half page. Might be kind of cute if he's holding a lollipop. No. I'm not so dead on the inside yet that I'm going to allow you to sing. Yesterday at one point I just had given up on any kind of agency, and I did allow her to sing, but we're not there yet. Maybe we can just reuse the arm. I like that it selectively has an arm sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. So 309. Okay, so we've got a lollipop. Like a swirly lollipop. Maybe swirly is for this level of That's stupid. Maybe it's just these. Why? Oh my god. Yeah, see. I don't want anything to do with that, you know? At all. I want nothing to do with that. It's like a spiral. I'm sure I could find a way to do this with an effect easily, but that doesn't really look like a lollipop, unfortunately. Looks like a target. It has to be a swirl. Okay, let's try something. Let's just try to hand draw it. How would I... Maybe I need like an outline here. Illustrator, add stroke to a stroke. Appearance panel, add new stroke. Okay, let's try it. Oh, I see. Okay, I added a stroke. Now the stroke can be black, and we can make it like 0.02. Might from far away that looked like a swirly lollipop. It's pretty bad. Let's just try to open this up a little bit. I have an idea. What if I go like this? When you read this book, which you certainly have to now that you've been here, and you get to this page, and you notice that tiny little swirly lollipop, I want you to be like, oh shit, yeah. I remember that. Now, let's try going back here, and we do scale strokes and effects. We make it smaller. Okay, now, what if we filled with like yellow or pink? You know, it might do the job. It's not what we had in mind. I'm not sure it's what anyone ever could have had in mind. But it looks, maybe the stroke should be black. Maybe the stroke should be yellow. Oh. And thicker. 0.008. 0.02. Okay. Thick. 3. This is gone. Now we can make this whole thing bigger. From far away, I think it's going to be fine. Make it even bigger. Let's remember how no one is seeing it anywhere near this close. Maybe that pink could be a little more. That might be better. That blends in too much. Okay, I'm going with blue. Dark blue, and it accentuates the... It's one of the silliest moments of this book process right here. Probably not even visible. It is, if you look closely. It's like, oh, it's holding a lollipop. That's cute. Okay, but let's just move it. Let's just... Okay. GPT-2 has a lollipop. Okay. All right, now. You know, I don't think we need squares. What we need is we need a few things. We need first let's bring this guy over. Okay, so we need this. Yeah, colors are going to be important here, I think. This is how we make a huge cauldron without using up a huge amount of space. I don't know about that. Maybe they need to be bigger. see what's happening? first crack. See, they're a little left out, aren't they? The humans have become a little obsolete. How sad this is, the little chairs. You see why I wanted the chairs? They're important for scale. Plus, it's a little sad scene. I don't want to suggest that they're all dead, so I hope that's not that, but I think the text will make that clear. Of course, these are not blue. This might be too dark. I think it makes these blend in too much. So let's do. I like it, but let's do just a dark blue. We don't need. Kind of like it. Let's see if I can make their lines. It's just a little dark. It's a little darker than all the other colors. There's not many. Let's just remove a little. I think that's better. Thicker. Need some work for just consistency and stuff like that, but now we can label these. So let's do one of these guys. Let's see how this works. It's a little long. First of all, we need to flip it. It's going to have to go on 2 lines. I don't know how to work with this tool very well yet. Oh, so what the hell is that? Okay. Maybe this could be slightly higher. Okay. And then now this is going to be the same problem, but we're going to need to do all of this again. I get it, but I don't know how to make it go to the side I want it to go to, but then I just have to flip it and do to sender. Okay, one more. Save. Oh, little squashed, but it works. It's barely there. A little squished. The whole thing could just be made a tad smaller. Oh. Yeah. So we did it on the one line here. You know, it's a little obviously some copy paste going on, but I don't think most people care about that. So the bottom row, I think, slaps. The top, now, this answers long-term. It's just like, I mean, maybe it would just, maybe it should just be 2 comics. It should be, you know, you see how you get the superhuman coder, comic, and then it would be like, but then it just goes, then they start doing the coding, things go crazy from there or something like that. I think that's probably the way to go, not to try to make this one image. I'll leave it on 1 page for now, but if it were a 1 image, it could pretty, yeah, it's still a little more than a half a page. So now we use size, color, and eyes to distinguish, because I knew we needed something more than just the size. Color's so important. Imagine this book were black and white. Imagine trying to do this in black and white. You just couldn't do it. You know, again, you could do that. You could do it with the labels and with the eyes, but it would just be so much harder to understand. You'd have to do so much more work to read it. So I think, yeah, and you can see, I mean, the chairs might be so small you can't even see them now, but the point is supposed to be, maybe I can make these a little darker now. I don't want people to not see the chairs. Maybe a little bit thicker. Helps a little bit. And the whole point, you see, I think we pulled it off here. We'll see. Get some feedback on it, but I don't want it to, you know, it's a little, I mean, the headings help. It's like, this is a scene, this is a scene, this is a scene. I mean, I could try to really squish it into a grid. you know, I could, I would have to move some of these around, obviously. Yeah, like, basically, first of all, let me just save this down here so I can decide. Let me do an artboard here. So I don't have to move this back if I decide not to do this. But this would basically be, yeah, this is pretty scrunched in there. The whole thing could just be made a little smaller and it would solve those problems. But let's just see. It's quite squished. I mean, it's just too squished, right? I think it's gonna have to, it actually does help. It's still too squished, but like, I mean, if you literally don't have any room, if you just basically have all the walls almost touching them, you could somewhat get it in. Yeah, I mean, it's so squished. But that is a way you could do it. It's all, issues are all horizontal, not vertical here. Reduce vertical a little bit. I mean, it's kind of cool. The squishiness is a little bit cool, but I don't know. Probably just the whole thing will get a little smaller, and just, but I think one row is awesome. I like this. I like our guy. I'm glad we didn't do some like zany. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning here. Let's just save these here. Oops. Save this. This is all one day. We haven't done anything else today. But this is a huge thing that I don't have to do now anymore, which is pretty cool. Let's see. Let's save this. This is gonna still, I would say, require some feedback and some more tweaking to make it really work. But I would not, you know, all the hard part is done. We have the idea, the drawing, most of the work is done. We'll need to see how it fits with the writing, and then so let's make this AI 7 and range 2. Now let's reflect, everyone. Some of you, I think, were probably here at the beginning of the day, but there's not many people here left, so I don't know if any of you actually were here at the beginning. But This is where it all started. Holy shit. It started with this guy. Oh boy. You know? And I was like, should that be what it looks like? How about this? How about that? And then this ended up being the winner. But then I was like, how about this or this? And then I was like, how about that? You know? How about this? What if they all were this? It would have been so stupid. Definitely, simple was definitely the way to go. Then we decided on that. We were deciding it shouldn't have a mouth, right? And then we were deciding what it should have. What's this here? And then it was like, okay, how should this face work? And it emerges from the thing, and it should have legs, and see how the idea came together here in this sketch pad. And then did the first one. We can actually just go, yeah, we did the first one. Okay, so the first one here, that's the first part of the comic. That's logical AI, logic-based AI. Then, second one is now, well, these AIs are made differently. They're grown. Third one, them reinforcement learning, human feedback, and fine-tuning. Fourth one, bigger cauldron. Fifth one, labeling what they are because it's part of a later discussion. Sixth one, showing how this little innocent guy with the lollipop turned into something quite big, quite quickly, and then bang. Really comes together here. I like this ending here. So we'll just have to see. We'll get some feedback. I'm sure something won't be working, or this will be too. Although the lines help. I kind of think this could work. It's squished and maybe everything goes a little smaller, but like it's pretty clear. And this is how you get to ASI according to the paper AI 2027, which this is depicting. And with that, I am gonna sign off because I'm tired. We procrastinated for the first 40 minutes, but then I got to work at 10:40, so this was a 10-hour project. 10-hour comic. The dreaded Cauldron comic that's been sitting in my list forever. Oh god, Cauldron comic. Parentheses 8, because that's like there's 8 separate things that go along with the Cauldron comic. And I knew I was going to have to design the ASI and all of that, and so I am pleased that it's done. Thank you. I credit you for being here, which is why I kept powering. I don't unless I have a deadline, like a blog post due tomorrow, different story. Then I'll power through. But like with a book, there's just no deadline. So why would I just suffer through 3 more hours after a pretty long day to finish a thing? And then I would probably end up spending the whole next day finishing this thing. So that's how you get 2 days done in one day. This was definitely 2 pretty solid days in one day. And overall, the live stream only had 9 total drawings in 3 days, but they were big. I chose big, hard ones. I think those 9 might have taken me 2 weeks, because I chose the ones that take they're pretty big, involved things. So 9 drawings in 3 days, 2 weeks and 3 days. That's how I feel. And so many of the remaining hard things. There are still some things that need to get done. Another probably 30 or 40 drawings, but a lot of those are quick. I didn't do many quick ones here. Maybe another 4 or 5 really hard ones. So thank you for coming.
Thank you for no stream tomorrow. No, the marathon was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I'm gonna have a normal day tomorrow because I've got some stuff in the afternoon. But I may do more. Traveling all next week, and then I'm trying to, by the time I get back, really be getting close to done. But maybe the week of I guess the 27th, last week of April, maybe we'll do a day or two then. I'm not decided yet. But I do this last few days and this is the 5th live stream day for this book. The last one I did 3, like a 3-day marathon. This year I did, for this book I did 1 and then 1 a month later and then 3 days this week, so 5. But this round, these 5 days, has convinced me that I think this is just something I should do for drawings in general. So when I'm doing posts again, I'll just live stream my drawings each week because it's fun. And it's I get genuinely good feedback from people, and I put in longer days. And it's a way for readers who are really into the post to see the behind the scenes. You know, imagine you read one of my posts and you're like, oh, I really like that post. And then you can go and just watch all the drawings get created. Maybe you'd like that. Plus, I'm going to be talking about the post, how I came up with the idea, how I did the research, how I planned it, my further thoughts on the post. So it's kind of like a behind the scenes, you know, more info discussion about the week's post. I don't know yet if I'll be, you know, the drawings obviously have to happen before the post is posted. So I don't know whether I'll do live stream drawings, which is a little spoiler for the post, and then post it publicly after the thing goes up, or if I'll just record myself doing drawings without an actual live chat and then post it the day after, maybe with a Q&A for, you know, for people who want to do a live discussion. I don't know yet. Ideas in the works, but you guys are awesome, and I really do appreciate you. And the ones who really stuck around today, really, it's a small number, but you kept me motivated. Doesn't matter if it's 5 people or 5,000 for me. It's like, there's people here. Let's get to work. So that's that. Yeah. Enjoy your lives over there. And I'll if I don't see you for the live stream soon, you can always, you know, email me, find me on X, Patreon, stuff like that. But otherwise I'll be back in full force with posts, live streams, comment sections on Wayput Y, all that. Probably by the fall, which is when I'm really done with this book and it's off my plate, and then I'm free. The book still takes a year to come out, but I'm free. I have nothing else to do on my end. So with that, good night, good luck, and till next time.